world has gone quiet. Our borders have closed. The skies are empty, but our hearts still beat loudly for connecting the world to our culture, our history, and our natural beauty. We stand for unity, for being together. That's why we know this difficult time will pass. And when it does, we'll greet our friends and family with the biggest smiles and the tightest hugs. We'll travel the world again, exploring new destinations, feeling that rush of adrenaline. We'll discuss matters of the world and exchange ideas. We'll dress up, go out, and taste new delights. We'll climb that mountain, swim those waters, and trek to experience the wonders of nature. But for now, let's stay home and stay safe. The world will open for business once more. And when it does, we'll be waiting with open arms. We can't wait for you to visit Rwanda soon.
morning, everyone. They're telling me to wait 15 seconds. Good morning again. Welcome again to the Bima Lab Africa Insurtech program. I hope you have had a great morning. My name is Pamela, for those who doesn't know me. My name is Pamela Umutesi. I am from the Central Bank of Rwanda. I want to introduce my colleague, Elias Omondi from FSD Africa.
Right. So I like going on the stage because I'm a bit short, so you'll allow me. So good morning. So I just want to welcome you to the Bima Lab Africa Accelerator program. And I hope that you really enjoyed your time, and also you're going to enjoy your time this morning because we are talking about Insurtech, right? And we are talking about how then are we going to transform this continent that has a lot of incredible resources, talent, and also solutions that will be able to create the impact that this particular continent needs. Today we are joined by different people from different parts of Africa. So I know we are joined by over 10 countries, 10 nationalities in this particular room, including our hosts, the Rwandese in this particular republic. So first and foremost, I want to thank BNR, the National Bank of Rwanda, for really welcoming us to be part of this particular great launch. So I want you to clap for yourself for being in the room. Also just want to appreciate people that have come from all over Africa. I know we have a team from Morocco, we have a team from Zimbabwe, we have a team from Kenya, Ethiopia, right? Which one am I missing?
Nigeria.
You can never miss Nigeria because I think Nigeria is the capital city of Africa, right? So we have a team from Nigeria, we have a team from Ghana, Akwaba, right? And also we have a team from Egypt, right? So there's a big diversity, and that basically brings us together for one mission, to transform this particular continent, right? So we are happy that we are here, and we are going to have a very good time, basically by listening to listen to the solutions that we have for this particular continent. I just want us to go through the quick review of our agenda this morning, right? So let us go through the agenda, and maybe I can get it on screen. Media team, if you can get me the agenda, because I just want us to run it through quickly. Still waiting, don't worry. Right, so as they get that up, we are going to have some very key notable guests with us this morning. They're going to talk to us, and that is great because they're going to tell us why they are being part of this particular Insurtech Accelerator. Thereafter, we are going to have a very interesting panel of great minds from all over Africa discussing how innovation can catalyze and build resilience in this particular continent. Thereafter, we are going to have a presentation from the National Bank of Rwanda, basically telling us what they are doing within this country, looking at how they are going to transform their national inclusion strategy, and also just giving us some needs and tips of what they are doing in this great Republic of Rwanda. Thereafter, I know we are going to have a very good dance. We were treated by a nice dance, I think, when we arrived here, and I know again we are going to have a good dance. I've been asking Pamela whether I can learn those moves, but no one is ready to train me. But I can tell you, if you put some money there, I'll be able to learn. So I hope that I'll be able to given some tips on how you guys do that great traditional dance. Thereafter, then we are going to have introduce 23 exciting, innovative, young men and women that are looking on how they can transform this continent. Let me tell you, the solutions that we have this year are great solutions. And the only thing that we can do is give them an environment, and we are happy that we are having in the room 9 regulators that are looking into providing them with that space. We are having incredible investors that are ready to come in and partner in those particular solutions, but also insurance industry here and also across the world that are watching us this morning that are looking into how then they can create strategic partnerships to make sure that these particular solutions work. After that, I know we are having the keynote address from National Bank of Rwanda. I hope that we are going to be joined by the Honorable Governor John, and I think that maybe we are going to get there as time goes by. So just feel welcome, feel ready to get this move, because I can tell you, we are going to have a very incredible moment. So I want, again, you to clap for yourselves as we kind of get to the next stage of the agenda. So further than that, I just want to invite Mr. Dilme. You know, I want to start by him just to kind of bring us up to speed to what Rwanda is, what they're doing around inclusion and innovation, but basically welcome us to this particular great republic. So, Mr. Dilme, welcome to on stage.
Good afternoon. No, good morning, everybody. So, sorry for that introduction. Maybe, first of all, I'd like to welcome you, all of you, in this important event. I hope that for those who have been here for the last 2 days, you have enjoyed the beauty of Rwanda. Once again, we welcome you to the land of Southern Hills. It is my pleasure to welcome all the participants today in this important event. I know that some of you have traveled far to join this event, and I really appreciate that you have accepted our invitation and decided to join us in this important event. I also welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over African continent and beyond that are going to share their wisdom and knowledge and their vast experience on the insurance innovation space. This is the first innovation conference in the history of Rwanda insurance sector, and I would like to thank the FSD Africa leadership for choosing Rwanda as an official destination for this Bima Lab Innovation Accelerator across the African continent. Give them a clap, please. The theme of this conference, which is shaping the future of Insurtech in Africa, cannot be overemphasized. You remember, some 2 years ago or 3 years ago, the whole world has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you remember, because of lockdowns, people in providing services, they got some of these kind of challenges because of these lockdowns. Providing physical services were not possible, and the only possible way was to use the digital platform, that is using the online services, so that entities continue to provide services to their customers and members. You remember also that most of the insurance companies were struggling to provide their insurance services to their customers, because according to the business nature of insurance, it requires this kind of physical interaction, and this has complicated the provision of services, especially on the insurance, in terms of claim settlement, underwriting, and the other operation done by the insurers. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has been like a wake-up call to the insurance companies to venture and to enhance their technology to ensure that they continue providing services to their customers as well as to their stakeholders. Currently, we've seen that the innovation in the insurance sector, whether in Rwanda or in Africa, is now improving. I can give just a few examples for the insurance sector in Rwanda, where we used it to issue this motor certificate using just the physical document. Now currently, due to the use of digital means, now the motor underwriters can issue the e-certificate, e-motor certificate. So meaning that everywhere you go, everywhere you are, whether you are in America or in Asia or in Australia, if your insurance policy on motor is expired, you can use your telephone and you go to online services and you renew your motor insurance without necessarily going to an insurance company. So this is a step forward in terms of what the technology can provide or can offer to us in accelerating the services we offer to our customers. Again, we've also seen that in terms of providing services, especially for instance in medical insurance, by using this biometric system or softwares, now the issue of fraud has been minimized because of use of this digital mechanism that we allow to, first of all, to improve our services, but also to enhance controls to make sure that we have a sustainable and profitable business going forward. Maybe you can ask yourself, what is happening on the regulator space? Okay, maybe I can share the experience, what central bank is doing in terms of Subtech or Insurtech. Central bank has embarked in what I call an overhaul, digital transformation processes, where for us, we are aiming at using all services in digital way. In the supervision space, we have introduced electronic data warehouse, which all the supervised entities use to put their information in the system, and central bank can easily get those information without using this physical file or physical document. And this is a step forward because this improves the time for analysis, but also in terms of decision making, it is as fast as possible. And again, in terms of inspection, now currently the central bank also embraced the TMET, which is a software we use in conducting the on-site inspections, and this has really improved the time taken to conduct inspection and time taken to take decision in terms of what we have to advise to our supervised institutions. We are seeing really a wave of technology transformation in the insurance sector, not only in the insurance sector, but also in the other financial services, such as banks, MFIs, and other financial institutions that we regulate. And I think this is a very big step forward in terms of providing services to our institutions and to our different stakeholders. Technology today has become a very important tool to improve and offer services to different customers and different stakeholders. And I think if you want to go far, you cannot really put aside the technology or the innovation. That's why I think currently we are here to discuss how can we use the different technology platforms that we have to improve services, to put in place new products, new services that will help our insurance sector to go beyond where we are today. You remember that on African continent, the insurance penetration is on average 2.8%. But you know, on average continent, as the whole world, the insurance penetration is at 6.8. How can we improve the services to make sure that we also increase penetration? I think the only way to accelerate this insurance penetration and uptake is to take advantage of what technology is offering to us to provide services by lowering costs. You know that technology is very, very key when you want to lower cost to insurance, to the insurance you have to offer to different population. You know, on African continent, a number of our population are living on low to middle income. Now, how can we insure their risks, but by minimizing the costs? The only way to go is to use the innovation, especially these Insurtechs that can help to deliver the services efficiently. Maybe without further ado, let me conclude my welcoming remarks by once again thank you for honoring our invitation, and we really appreciate your time and value to come here and to discuss on how we can use this innovation and technology to ensure that we transform the insurance sector on African continent, so as we at least we achieve this world-class insurance penetration on average. Currently, we are still lagging behind, but we can use the technology we have. This innovation, like Bima Lab innovation, to accelerate the insurance penetration going forward. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Director Dilme, for setting a tone on this important conversation about insurance, about technology, why does it matter, and giving some facts on how it is changing people's lives in our continent. Just to let you know that we are live on FSD Africa YouTube channel. We are being followed by approximately 100 people live. And let me take this opportunity to welcome again everyone, either virtually or physical. In this time, someone may be wondering then why Bimalab, what it is about, why are we here to listen about Bimalab, the program. Let me welcome my colleague Elias again to tell us why do we have to have this conversation, why Bimalab, and all the details that goes with it. Thank you. Welcome, Elias.
I hope I'm visible. So, thank you, Pamela, and also thanks to the director from BNR, Mr. Dilme. Ideally, the biggest question that we are asking ourselves today, why Bimalab? Why? There's a couple of things that Dilme has mentioned that really requires us to transform this particular continent, and the reason why we really need to work together to create that needed change within the continent. So I just want to take you through why this particular program is important, and the reason why we need to work together as a continent to really transform the insurance space that is already it's lagging behind around innovation, it's lagging behind around providing what we call needful insurance solutions and products within the continent. So I just want to take you through a couple of slides. I won't keep you with a lot of slides. I think there'll be like 5 slides. Why Bimalab? Now, there are a couple of challenges that we kind of talk about every time, and there are 3 compelling challenges that needs us all to solve. The first challenge that maybe I will want to mention is issues around the low quality supply of insurance solutions, or basically risk transfer solutions. And with that, then there's need for all of us to look at how can we then provide solutions that are going to meet the needs of the people, particularly within this particular continent. How then can we be able to ensure that we are not only providing solutions that will meet their needs, but also the solutions that will be quite affordable to different people across the continent. So Bimalab kind of looks into addressing these particular challenges. So for instance, if we talk about low quality supply, we have innovators that are going to look at how then we need to design these particular products to be more customer-centric towards really providing the needful solution that the continent really needs. On the other side, we know that there's weak demand of insurance solutions, particularly within the continent, and there are different factors that have been mentioned. So for instance, we can talk about issues that are about affordability. That means that maybe we need to kind of enable ourselves to reduce the cost around how then do we develop these particular products, how then do we distribute these particular products around within the ecosystem. Also, there's an issue of trust. Insurance is whereby you are invited, somebody talks to you so nicely, when claim comes, you are looked as a different customer. And there's need to increase trust. And that can only be enabled through looking at how the insurance value chain can be made to be seamless in terms of how the products are purchased, but also how then claims are kind of paid within the continent. So a number of things can be mentioned around the challenges that are there. But something unique about Bimalab is that we work with the insurance regulators, because we know restrictive regulatory environment can be a very big hindrance around how these innovations can be able to see the light of day. Most of the time, the only way that you interact with the regulator is when you've done something wrong and you need to be summoned. So it's not usually a very pleasant moment when you are called to go to the regulatory office. What we are trying to do, and what a number of regulators that we've worked with have committed to, is that we are looking at how then can we come up with what we call responsive regulations. They are going to enable different innovators and innovations to have what we call regulatory clarity on what needs to be done, but also how then do we improve the regulations over time. So we are happy to have worked with over 3 insurance regulators in the past. This year, we are looking forward to work with 10 insurance regulators, basically to kind of improve the regulatory environment space to enable innovators and innovations to get to the rightful end and basically to provide the solutions that the continent really needs. Maybe if we could go to the next slide, you'll be able to see that we will kind of now look at 3 compelling issues whereby we want to apply what we call leverage in terms of how then do we improve the insurance penetration in the continent. Dilme mentioned 2.8% against an a world average of around 6.8%. That means that, you know, we are quite like 4 percentage points downwards when we look at the world average. So we need to look at how then we can improve insurance penetration that has remained low within the continent. How can we also improve insurance sector in terms of disasters? You know, there are so many disasters that are impacting the continent. How then do we ensure that we create solutions that will address issues such as climate change-related issues that are really impacting our continent on a daily basis, but also just to look at the challenges across demand and supply. And within that, then, we are looking at how this particular accelerator will be able to improve insurance penetration. There are quite, I would say, big numbers that we are talking with the Insurtech that we have in the house. We've already also supported over 40 Insurtechs over the last 3 years, and that means that we can be able to create a team that will be able to increase the insurance penetration. Over and above that, we are looking at how then we can provide enabling regulatory environment with various regulators. We have a program that we call R3 Lab that basically brings all these insurance regulators together to collaborate and create solutions and regulations that will support innovators and any innovative solutions that are going to come throughout the way. So in this case, then, Insurtech brings the innovation. The regulators at the other end will provide an enabling environment with one key thing: let's increase the penetration and create resilience within the continent. Maybe if I can go to the next slide, you should be able to see that now Bima Lab is built for Africa. And what does it really intend to do? We intend to bring together innovators to create the future for insurance in Africa. And that's why we are talking about shaping the future of Insurtech in Africa. And our mission is to connect technology, talent, and trends within the ecosystem to accelerate innovation and growth within the insurance industry. So we are looking at how then this continent can become more resilient by bringing together the ecosystem, the Insurtech ecosystem, insurance ecosystem, towards addressing some of the challenges I did mention earlier. On the next. So we work on 3 strategies. Our approach is on 3 elements. The first approach is to connect. Here we want to attract, inspire, and organize key players. And that's why in the room we have innovators, we have regulators, we have insurance companies, we have investors, we have even technology companies that looks into how then they can disrupt the financial industry and technologies to collaborate in a more groundbreaking, innovative, inclusive solutions within the continent. So we are kind of bringing together a team of change agents that are looking into addressing these challenges I did mention. The second aspect that we work on is to create. So we want to stimulate industry collaboration, because just by connecting them, they need to get a push on why this is really necessary. So we kind of go ahead and stimulate collaboration, enable product development, and also enable strategic partnerships. The continent needs us to work together, and for that, then our work is to ensure that we create that stimulation around the ecosystem. The last thing is then scale. We know without scaling these particular solutions, then we'll not be able to gain the rightful change that the continent needs. So we kind of fuel growth through connections by building what we call investor linkages. We want to make these particular market, very attractive to investors, because we believe for this sector to work, then we need to make it quite possible for various investors to come into the ecosystem. So we connect, create, and scale solutions within the Insurtech and the insurance ecosystem. Next. So we always talk about this thing, and most of the time when you talk to any innovator, they're always faced with a big challenge whereby they're always developing a working prototype, but over time then this particular prototype will either not be able to get to the market because of a number of challenges. And there are three compelling challenges that we are looking into solving within the Bima Lab Accelerator program. We are looking at how then can we provide funding to enable these innovators to take their solutions to the next level. We are looking at how then we can enable the innovators to gain technical skills in terms of product development, in terms of customers. They need to understand their customers better, but also enabling them to get what we call regulatory clarity. You know, there has been a disconnect, there has been a bridge between innovators and the regulators, because always there's that challenge, will the regulator accept this? So in terms of providing regulatory clarity and enabling the regulators to provide the necessary regulations to enable these particular solutions to go, then we'll be able to enable these particular innovations to get through the valley of death towards the growth and even the success that we really want to achieve within the program. So we are working ideally to solve those three compelling challenges. And the key thing is that it cannot be solved by one institution. We need to work together. That's why we have innovators, we have regulators, we have our partners such as Swiss Re Foundation really working together with us. We have FSD Ethiopia also coming in to basically enable us to create that leverage and apply it to the right direction towards really taking these innovations outside the valley of death. I'll now go to my last slide just to kind of take you through the objectives of the program. So we have three elements that you are working towards to achieve, three goals as an accelerator program. The first is looking at the community-facing objectives. So we know that we have an issue with insurance penetration in the continent, and we need to bring, within the next 1 year, we need to bring at least 1 million Africans within the insurance space. So the team of 23 Insurtechs that we have in this particular room have an obligation, and they're not going to do it alone. They need to work with the insurance industry. So they need to bring at least 1 million new insurance customers within the insurance ecosystem. The second thing is that we need to reach the underserved communities with products. So we are going to develop products, we're going to develop solutions to reach these particular communities, because the key impact will be on the community. So the Bima Lab Accelerator is looking at addressing the community challenges. The other component is that we are looking at how then do we build resilience and create awareness and trust within the insurance industry. The second component is the business-facing objectives. You know, we want to make sustainable businesses within the insurance ecosystem. So we want to grow the ideas that innovators are having today, and also the innovators that we are going to meet in the future, for those particular innovations to be sustainable businesses. And that can only be enabled by bringing all these people together. The second element is then providing the innovators with an enabling environment, because if we don't really give them space to operate, then it will not be able to meet the community-facing objectives. So we are looking at where we can work with the regulators to create that enabling environment, regulatory sandboxes, test and learn approach, and all other types of elements that we need to bring within the regulatory ecosystem. Then kind of enable us to facilitate information exchange. We know the power of data within any business environment, and that's something that we want to enable the information to be exchanged, including enabling what we've been having a discussion with the regulators that we've been hosting for the last 2 days, And we are even talking about Insurtech passporting, just basically enabling information exchange, not within one particular country, but across the continent, because that is really necessary for us to create the change that is needed. Then create new and strengthen existing networks. That is something that we are keen to continue pushing within this particular Accelerator program. And at the end of the day, is looking at how then the ecosystem can thrive. In this case, we've developed a platform that will connect the innovators with the various actors across the insurance ecosystem. And always you can go to www.bimalab.org, a platform that will enable you to connect to these particular great innovators, but also connecting to various investors that are looking into being part of this ecosystem. So within that, then you'll be able to see that we want to facilitate creation of sandboxes within the ecosystem. We've already worked with different regulators, for instance, the insurance regulator in Nigeria to develop a sandbox. We are also working with the insurance regulator in Ghana to see how then they can kind of push forward their innovative license, and they'll be able to speak to us this on how they're doing that particular component. So that basically means the commitment that FSD Africa has kind of put in to build these ecosystems. And last but not least is creating visibility within the investor ecosystem. You know, investors will want to see that there is real change on the ground, and if we can be able to show that this is an element that will impact the community, then we can create more confidence within the investor community. So as Bima Lab, we are grateful that we are working with all these partners to create the rightful change. So I would want us, and I would want all of you to join us to create this change that the continent really requires, to create this new move within this particular continent, because without all of us, this continent cannot move forward. And with Bima Lab and all of you, including our partners that we are working with, then we can make this continent more resilient. Thank you very much, and I'll call upon Pamela to take it from here.
Thank you very much, Elias. If you haven't, one thing to go, if there is one thing that you need to go with, 1 million customers, isn't it? Or even more. Thank you, Elias, for kind of summarizing what Bima Lab is about, why we need to have this conversation. And just for those who doesn't speak Swahili, Bima Lab, Bima means insurance. I know you know about lab, I won't try to define it. And this just brings us to the reasons that we need to work together, serving the unserved and underserved. For this time, let's have a quick video to even emphasize what just Elias just said now. Thank you.
A significant portion of the population in Africa is underinsured, leaving them exposed to risks and unable to manage and recover from them. But currently, insurance penetration in Africa is below 3%. Premiums per capita are 11-fold lower than the world average. This points to significant scope for growth. Changing regulatory mandates, including new requirements to address broader policy challenges such as inclusive economic development, sustainability, climate risk and digitalization, lack of technical capacity, lack of resources. The purpose of RELAB is to encourage and facilitate regulatory interactions between insurance regulators, which will strengthen their methodologies and develop solutions necessary to create an enabling regulatory environment. increase supervisors and regulators' knowledge and skills on implementation of sound, proportionate, and fit-for-purpose practices across the region, support actions, initiatives, and build supervisors' technical capacity on innovation and sustainable insurance, foster networking with peers and more senior supervisors to identify and resolve supervisory issues faced in their ongoing work and address emerging regulatory issues, build multinational team of experienced leaders in regulatory and supervisory matters. We have already initiated an innovation and regulatory portraits project to get Bimalab on track. We are doing a study on 8 SSA countries: Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, Malawi, Uganda, Rwanda, and Zimbabwe to review and assess the state of innovation, take stock of the challenges or barriers to further innovation, tailored innovation promotion action plan recommendations. We are also working on an ESG project to support insurance industry to address and integrate ESG into their key objectives and frameworks. We need to collaborate, cooperate, and interact.
Thank you very much. After this informative video, it's all about bringing all the key players to enable insurance for all. Talking about gathering all the key players, let's again welcome Elias to tell us a little bit more on the different key players that has been enabling this program, and then welcoming them to give us key remarks.
Right, thanks. So we have a couple of members, or basically partners that we've been working with, and we really want to hear their voice because they believe that this will create the change that the continent needs. So I want us to welcome Mr. Calvin Massingham, director. I usually call him boss. So let me call my boss to speak to us.
Thank you, Elias, and good morning, and a very warm welcome from my side to this Bima Lab Africa program launch. Also a very warm welcome to those that are joining us online, and a special mention to our Swiss colleagues, Sir Stefan from Swiss Re Foundation and Satara from SCBF. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to BNR for hosting us this week. We really appreciate your gracious hospitality, and we've really enjoyed our couple of days here in Kigali, in your beautiful country. And I represent FSD Africa, and as an organization, we are really excited about this Bima Lab program, about its potential. We're really optimistic about its ability to bring transformation. It's grown from a program that was country-specific and focused on accelerating cohorts of Insurtechs in particular countries, in Kenya, in Ghana, and Nigeria, and has now expanded to be a regional Africa program. As an organization, we are really focused on addressing systemic challenges in financial markets and trying to spark long-term and large-scale change. And so this program really represents the type of thing that we are interested in doing, and we really believe that Bima Lab has the potential to have this transformative impact, as Elias has been saying. We do recognize, however, that the scale of the challenge is very huge. So when we talk about low insurance penetration, when we talk about the risk protection gap in Africa, these are things that many different approaches have been tried to before, but with limited success. And so we are tackling a very difficult problem. Elias has kind of elaborated on some of the details of that. Just wanted to maybe make it a little bit more tangible and give you an example from some of the work that we've done. So in the last couple of years, we conducted a study in 4 countries on risk coping mechanisms among individuals individuals. That study was in Rwanda, in Kenya, in Nigeria, and Ghana. And we interviewed a large number of people on their risk coping mechanisms. What we found is that in the year before the study, 51% of the individuals, of the adults in the study, had faced a significant risk event. Of those, only 1% had any insurance cover, and 20% of them used welfare-reducing strategies to cope with the risk. And by welfare-reducing, I mean things like selling an asset or taking a child out of school, things that generally drive people back towards poverty. And so you have 99% of people in these 4 countries that are using suboptimal strategies to manage their risks, and you've got 20% that are using really detrimental and poverty-inducing strategies to cope with the risk. And so that's the problem that we're trying to face. But we are particularly optimistic that we can solve it. And the reason for our optimism is partly what Elias has already elaborated. We really believe that leveraging technology and the ability that technology offers to provide solutions that really connect with customers, that are customer-centric, that deliver new business models that are more affordable, that deliver solutions that are accessible, where there's less friction in the onboarding process and the claims process because they're digital, and where there's transparency and trust can be built. And so we really believe that technology can deliver all of this. We're also optimistic because we have such great talent in Africa. Africa is a continent that is extremely young, extremely ambitious, and so we have this young talent with great ideas that we need to leverage, and putting them in a startup, giving them funding, giving them ability to build something and to grow it with funding is I think, a powerful combination. And we're also optimistic because we really have seen that financial services can help to drive economic development and drive growth out of poverty. And so when you put all of these factors together and you develop an ecosystem around them that helps them to flourish, we really believe that we can see the transformation that we want. And the ecosystem approach is really critical, especially for startups. I know this from personal experience. I started 2 companies, both with an Insurtech angle, and it's particularly difficult. You're building everything almost from scratch. You need to build a team and a culture. You're building your funding relationships. You're building partnerships. You're building a product, and you're constantly making strategic decisions in different areas. And you're not an expert in all of those areas, and your team is often still small, and so you're kind of having to be a jack of all trades and make many different important decisions without always perfect information. And so having an ecosystem of mentors and those that have been there before that can help and to guide, having access to funding where you don't have to spend all of your time doing fundraising instead of focusing on your business. These things are super important factors. When you have regulatory clarity and you're not wondering if your product's going to be disapproved after you've gone through all the hard work, these are key things, and I know this from personal experience. And so what we're trying to do is make it. We know that this is a difficult challenge. We're trying to create the environment where it's much easier for these Insurtechs to be successful. And so I really want to thank our partners because it is about, as Elias has been saying, collaborating and working together. And so I want to say thanks to the British government, to FCDO, who fund FSD Africa, to Swiss Re Foundation, who are funding this cohort that is focused on 10 different countries. Thanks very much to Swiss Re Foundation. Also to FSD Ethiopia, who's providing specific funding to increase the number of Ethiopian startups that are part of this. To SCBF, who are also giving funding generously to some of the startups that graduate from this program, will receive grant funding from SCBF. To all the regulators that are part of this, we have 10 different regulators that are engaged in this, which is quite a unique thing. And so we really appreciate your time. We appreciate you coming here. Thank you to the directors and to the deputy commissioners that are here in the room. Thank you again to BNR for hosting us. I think that it's a really unique and important component of this program that you're so actively involved. And to Holistic, who are our implementing partner, a big thanks to you as well. And so lastly, to the startups, you are really the heroes here. You're the center of attention. We're just here to support you and to help see you become successful. And so I just want to say 2 particular things to you. The first is that there's many there's many different things that are cited as the kind of key success factors for startups. So you talk about timing of, of your entry into the market, the team, the idea, the business model, the funding, these type of things. But I think something that's not talked about enough, which is a really key success factor, is just perseverance. Because no really successful startup ever got there if they didn't persevere. And so, the reality is you're tackling a difficult problem, and there will be many moments when you feel like giving up, when things are super challenging. You don't yet have traction in the market, you don't have the right funding, you don't have the right team. There's constantly many challenges that you're facing as a startup. And so my plea to you is don't give up, keep persevering. You're about a very important mission and solving a very important problem. And so we need you to hang in there, and we're here to support on that journey. Second thing I would say is be bold, because you have the answers that have the potential to transform. And so even though you're starting out small, and most of you here are at early stage, kind of a seed stage of your businesses, you have the ability to really, and the potential to bring about big change. And so you need to act in a bold way that's in accordance with that. And that's in terms of the partnerships that you go for, the funding that you go for, the way that you take on the incumbent insurance industry, and the way that you engage with customers. Really be bold, because you have the ability to really bring about significant change. And our bold dream for this program is that we would see an African Insurtech unicorn in Africa. A unicorn is a startup with a $1 billion valuation. It's a rare animal, and that's why it's called a unicorn. There have been 9 so far in Africa. Some of them fintechs, but to date we haven't seen an Insurtech that's reached that sort of valuation. And so our big ambitious dream is that out of this program would emerge a unicorn, and so that's what we're working towards, and a unicorn that would then cover much more than just the $1 million that we're going for in this year. And so want to call us to all kind of work together in this ecosystem to support each other, because we're developing African solutions here for Africa that will help to ensure that we all have a sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelvin, for encouraging our heroes, the Cohort that are enabling this agenda of bringing the 99% of population to use a more optimum risk mitigation, in other words, insurance. Allow me this time to welcome Director of Swiss Re Foundation, Mr. Stephen Herbert Fox, online, who's following us online. Thank you.
Stephen Herbert Fox. So,
hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, wonderful, many thanks. And very good morning from my side as well, here joining from Zurich, Switzerland. And many thanks for allowing us to join virtually here this very important moment. Today marks an exciting milestone as we embark on a journey to support and empower the next generation of innovators and entrepreneurs in the Insurtech sector in Africa. We are honored to be joined by so many important parties to make this journey a successful one, such as the governor of the National Bank of Rwanda, all the representatives of the regulator, as we already heard, the central banks, other important players, and most importantly, so many innovators, brave ones that want to be the heroes of this journey. All of them, we share the passion for innovation, and we recognize the critical role that entrepreneurship plays in driving the economic growth and improving resilience. What I thought I could share today to complement what Kelvin and Elias already elaborated is why, from our side, Swiss Re Foundation, we join this effort. We think this here is something that might be interesting for others as well to join us on this journey and be part of this future development to make this even a bigger and Pan-African effort. So firstly, I would like to share a few words on our approach. At Swiss Re Foundation, we are focused on improving the resilience for the most vulnerable through funding projects in two focus areas. On the one hand side, that's access to healthcare, and on the other hand side, we focus on projects that support and increase the resilience of people impacted by natural hazards or climate risks. We have since 2018 taken a route that has come closer to areas in which we can deploy as well the expertise of Swiss Re employees on top of our grant funding. We think that this makes our contribution even more valuable as a corporate foundation that we are. We have already started supporting Insurtech companies in many different ways. For example, jointly with our colleagues from the Swiss Capacity Building Facility, and you hear some remarks from my colleague Sitara just following my remarks. We have as well supported organizations like the Women's World Banking, developing hospital cash products in Senegal, in Nigeria, as another example. But we have as well also directly engaged with social entrepreneurs through our Entrepreneurs for Resilience Award, which is one of our key initiatives. So let me share a few thoughts and the experiences so far made in this key initiatives, the Entrepreneurs for Resilience Award. Here we focus on early stage innovative market-based solutions that increase financial access to healthcare in low-income communities. We want to understand how they increase household resources available for healthcare, for example, through savings, payment systems, credit solutions. As one example, we have supported CarePay in the early days as one of the winners of the Resilience Award. We have as well, we focus as well on solutions that reduce the health shocks that can lead to poverty, as you all know, or economic vulnerability after a disease or an accident. And here, examples such as microinsurance or other safety nets play an important role. Every year, 3 finalists are awarded with the funding up to 700,000 USD, and on top of that, non-financial support that plays a very important role. We try to leverage the expertise that we have in-house from Swiss Re colleagues and beyond. Since its launch 2016, we have supported 18 social entrepreneurs across the globe and have awarded roughly 4 million to support their businesses. We received over 1,200 applications coming from more than 81 countries. So that's impressive, but let me share some thoughts here that are relevant to this specific moment here. The Resilience Award is not only limited to Insurtech. It looks at all sorts of solutions that increase financial access to healthcare. From the 315 applications received this year, we had 76% from Africa. This is roughly what we have seen as well over the past years. Only 20% from Asia and roughly 10% from Latin America. The African numbers are not just only reflected in the total of applications, but only as well in the ones shortlisted afterwards. So this truly speaks to the quality of the solutions in the early days of these startups. In this round, we have 60% of the shortlisted companies from Africa. So I think this truly reflects well the existence of a vibrant startup and Insurtech sector in Africa, at least in the healthcare sector that we're focusing on with the Resilience Award. At the same time, we have heard there is a large untapped potential and opportunity. With around 34 million people reached by microinsurance in Africa, representing a very low percentage of the target population, much still needs to be done, right? With our resilience focus, this is truly a priority of our activities. We believe that insurance can help build resilience. It is part of creating a more sustainable future for those that are covered by insurance solutions. The events of recent years like COVID, we have heard that with increasing impacts of climate change as well, are strong reminders that these urgently need to be addressed. So ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we are really thrilled to enter this partnership with Bima Lab to support strengthening Insurtech in the region. We are committed to deploy grant money and expertise of Swiss Re to share our learning so far and learn from all the involved parties at the same time. Our aim for this program with Bimalab is that point that Kelvin made just before, right? Here, very important players come together and the entire ecosystem is mobilized for Insurtech acceleration in all of Africa. So far, we have done quite a few initiatives on our own, right? So I think the key learning so far is we truly must join forces considering the magnitude of this challenge that we face here. So our ambition with the startups that are currently in the cohort, you have heard that is an ambitious one. In the short term, we want to see 100,000 people, underserved people that are covered, and in the longer term, it's 1 million. So that's an ambitious goal, but I think we must be ambitious when it comes to truly make a difference. To achieve this goal, we need homegrown solutions that are cost efficient, that are affordable, that are tailored to each of the markets. Our experience shows that the entrepreneurs are sometimes, it's sometimes a very hard journey. I know that, dear entrepreneurs, as well, based on my own experiences, right? You are expected to solve the challenges to reach the underserved, right? That's a challenge that the existing insurance industry has not really managed to fix entirely. I know that the entrepreneurs will at times feel very lonely. And in those moments, I think that's an additional element on top of the perseverance that Kelvin pointed to. I think Bimalab will as well be your family that can support all the involved kids. So it will create your community as well that can help you develop the ideas. For example, in the Resilience Award, we have really learned that the peer-to-peer exchange in a safe, trusted area is as much of value than the money that we deploy or the expertise that we can share. So we truly believe that Bimalab is that hub where the innovation comes together, where the innovators meet, share, learn, and grow. We think that this collaborative effort can have an enormous value for the insurance industry. The magnitude of the challenges mentioned we face needs that we all join forces, and again, we truly invite other companies, other players, other investors to join, to collectively help these cohorts emerge with strong solutions for lower income people that are currently underserved. Let me emphasize at the end one aspect that was already pointed to, that Bimalab is really unique in its approach to include the regulatory angle. Bimalab recognizes that this is an area of entrepreneurship that cannot be set up correctly, even at the early stage, without engaging in a discussion with the regulator. So the approach of Bimalab to try to create this enabling environment, the sandbox approach, is exactly what we need. Because only then, from a very beginning, we have this enabling environment that allows the solutions to grow and to reach a scale that is really relevant to move the needle when it comes to these huge challenges that we are facing. Finally, let me just conclude that by creating a real ecosystem to support solutions, we believe that Bimalab can play a crucial role in driving innovation and growth in the Insurtech sector in Africa and beyond. So thank you all for joining us today. Let us all join forces on this journey to strengthen resilience for millions of lower income underserved people on the continent. We look forward to working with all of you and our cohort partners to drive innovation and economic growth in Africa. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen, for unpacking the opportunities within African insurance industry and really tell us a little bit more about the ambition towards cohorts that are championing these homegrown solutions to our population. Allow me to welcome also Mr. Ermias Eshitu, CEO FSD Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Elias and I could do with a stage. Good morning. My name is Ermias Eshitu. I'm the CEO of FSD Ethiopia. Elias and I compete on a few issues. He last time mentioned Nigeria was the capital of Africa, and I disagreed. It's Ethiopia. I just wanted to say a really pleasure to be here in Kigali. Thank you for all the Rwandese for welcoming us to Rwanda. You have a beautiful country. My first time, and I'm embarrassed I haven't come much sooner. So thank you for having us. I'm Pan-African in this spirit. So you can see my tie. This is the Pan-African piece that's drawn up on the African Union in Addis. And I wanted to make sure that the purpose of us all being here together to think about innovation is really to come together and to work and innovate in this important space of insurance. I come from the second largest populous country in Africa. We have nearly 120 million Ethiopians, and our insurance coverage, from our last I learned, is just about I think the total policy holders are just about 1.2 million. So that's kind of puts us below the 1% mark. So you can imagine, with my role as an FSD addition, we are the 11th addition to the FSD branch across Africa. So you can imagine the enormous responsibility on me to really bring this to the limelight, to create visibility, and to also bring my colleagues from Ethiopia to really start to get their acts together and make some serious effort behind to scale up the insurance innovation in Ethiopia. So I want to thank Calvin and Elias for a wonderful effort and for welcoming us to join and support Bima Lab. Calvin was telling me that this is a fees cohort, and again, I'm embarrassed that I'm coming late to the party, but it's never too late. I mean, it was really an important piece of exercise for us to work together in deepening the financial sector in Africa. And I was looking at, I think it was a Bloomberg analysis the other day. The borrowing cost for Africa, the debt financing for us, is twice 100% more pricey for us in Africa. So no one is wanting to de-risk us as Africans. So there's enormous amount of innovation for us to come together and to scale up the work that's needed to make sure that we're inclusive and we bring people to have a more resilient and sustainable way of life. I'm really encouraged by what we are doing in Ethiopia. I want to thank Ato Balai. Mr. Balai is here from the Central Bank of Ethiopia. He's the director for the insurance directorate. And our government is working really hard to reform the whole financial sector, and I'm really excited. I'm a banker. I've been in the banking space for nearly 2 decades in Ethiopia. And I have never felt so excited about some of the reforms that are coming ahead, because for once in generation is going to allow us in Ethiopia to be able to have a more diverse, a more innovative, a more efficient financial system to be built. And then also having the regulators to come and listen to this opportunity at the Bima Lab to learn and to take some of the learnings back to Ethiopia to pencil in to their policies is very important. So on behalf of the National Bank of Ethiopia, I want to thank Ato Balai being here. I want to thank also my Ethiopian colleagues. Can you stand up, please? I have 5 or 6 of, yes, so Pazio from Kacha, from Africa Insurance, and so on and so forth. So thank you. And hold on, don't sit yet, because Elias was setting the numbers. So 1 million by 2025. So look, you're sitting on an opportunity to grab on that number very quickly, because in Ethiopia you have so many people who are not included in the insurance space, and your task of being here is to really commit yourself toward just making that number happen. So thank you. So maybe seated. So I don't, obviously I'm coming from a country where we're the least insured, and I don't have a whole lot of things to say. But I just wanted to say thank you again to the FSD family for welcoming us to support and champion this across the African continent. I'm passionate about Africa and the opportunities that lays ahead. We are excited to work together, Elias, to make this happen. We will be there with you to accelerate this and to scale this up across Africa. But remember, 10% of African by 2050 is going to be an Ethiopian. So we need to work even more harder in Ethiopia. So thank you so much for having me, and enjoy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ermias Eshetu. For Ethiopians, I think you're having trouble because now you're given an assignment, and I'll be here to remind you of that. So you're accountable. 1 million. Right? Thank you so much for great remarks. And from what I have seen now, I think Ethiopia and Nigeria need to have a separate meeting on our coffee break to come up with the official city of Kigali, because apparently it's not set yet. And we accept your apologies. Rwandans, we say better late than never. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome CEO of SCBF, Sitara Merchant. Welcome online.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you at Bima Lab, and thank you for the cohorts, everybody that's there. We would have loved to be in there in person, and sorry that we aren't able to be there in person, but we're very honored, and it's a great pleasure for us to be part of Bima Lab. I'd like to tell you a little bit about SCBF. We're the Swiss Capacity Building Facility. Our first year of operations was in 2011. We fund basically the technical assistance that's needed by startups to develop financial products, so tailored financial products in the sector. And so we work only in the financial inclusion space, and we are very focused on tailored financial products. Just to give you an idea, since 2011, and we have reached, just in insurance alone, of the 3.4 million outreach to end clients, we've reached 62% of those are in insurance. We're a public-private partnership platform where we have members like Swiss Re and others. So I want to walk you through a bit of a story, because I think this really tells you how we operate, and it'll sort of lead into what you as cohorts and other innovators that are considering moving into this space could expect from SCBF through the Bima Lab. We had some years ago an organization called Okomali. Okomali is an index insurance provider. It's an Insurtech. And when they joined us, they had basically, I think it was about 300 or 400 clients. We gave them a grant fund where they were able to refine and further develop their index insurance product for farmers. With that funding, today they have over, I think it's 10,000 clients. And what SCBF was able to provide in this public-private platform is our main donor, Swiss Development Corporation, was able to provide them with connections to the local government. This was before Bima Lab, of course. So they were able to connect them to local ministers to work through some of the regulatory barriers. They were then connected with one of our partners, through one of our partners, Allianz, to a local cooperative where they were able to onboard farmers so that they could access insurance. So what you can see here is not only does SCBF have the opportunity for you as a cohort to access grant funding, but also to be able to have other connections. Because as has been mentioned before, and we've talked about through this conference, the importance of networks, the importance of funding, the importance of know-how are all critical to enabling startups to become, to be able to scale and provide services to these underserved and unserved populations. As a public-private partner platform, I want to highlight the importance of this. Not only is it important to the local low-income populations in these countries, low and middle-income populations in these countries, Africa, the insurance industry is a $68 billion industry in terms of gross world product. It's the 8th largest in the world. So needless to say, it's a huge opportunity. And somebody mentioned earlier that there is a young population, very high, young, 70% of sub-Saharan African population is below the age of 30. And so there's really a lot of innovation. These are young, excited, entrepreneurial people that are interested in working in these organizations or having their own enterprises. So what's the future for SCBF? And I'll come back to Bimalab because it's all connected. So in the example I gave you with Okomali, there was no Bimalab. And so we were able to facilitate some of those linkages. So we're very clear that Bimalab actually brings together some of those challenges that we have been able to solve along the way, but this is a wonderful formal structure. I think Bimalab, the connection with Bimalab for us is really, we don't work with early stage, but we look to fund later stages. So you as an enterprise, when you're further down the road where you have a tried and tested product, not in the prototype stage, we would support you. And so what we're realizing, and I think it's an important thing to take away, as well as to invite others into the conversation, as well as funding, of course, is there is a continuum of capital that is required for startups. So Bima Lab really provides that know-how and capital for the early stages where you're building the organization and you're able to test and prototype the organization. So there's certain capital required there. SCBF sort of provides capital to the next stage, which is really once you have a tried and tested product, that's where we come in. There's also opportunities for other donors to come into that space as well as the Bima Lab space, like the Swiss Re Foundation and others. But there's also the further step, which is really around scaling. And so as we look at, SCBF looks at its strategy going forward, it's really looking at providing other forms of capital that can be in the form, for example, of returnable grants to fill the other gaps that are in that capital continuum. So all that to say, we feel that Bima Lab is such an important initiative because it is the basis, the foundation for these new innovations. And that there is a huge opportunities for others to come in and play both in this space, but across the capital continuum before you have sort of private investors or you have equity investors, debt investors. And I encourage people to start thinking, especially donors, so my call is to funders and donors, to really support these types of initiatives like Bima Lab and to think about that capital continuum across the needs of these startups as they grow and they evolve into scaled companies that can really fill that market gap in Africa, which is, as I mentioned earlier, $68 billion. So thank you, everyone. Thank you again to Bima Lab. Thank you to the co-speakers. I won't list them all, but wanted to just share our commitment and our ongoing commitment to Bima Lab. We were there when they started the Nigeria lab, so we're there for Bima Lab Africa. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Sitara, as CEO of CSP Africa, for setting the tone on the needs of investors in supporting cohorts on a later stage of growth, and also highlighting the importance of this discussion about insurance, innovation, and technology. Allow me this time to welcome Director Kimenyi Valence from the Central Bank of Rwanda to also give his remark. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's not my picture, but that's the picture of the governor of the National Bank of Rwanda, whom I'm representing here. So, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. I'm offering these remarks on behalf of Governor John Rwangombwa, the governor of the National Bank of Rwanda, who was unable to be here with this morning, but he would have loved to be here with you this morning, but due to other engagements, he wasn't able to make it. In my remarks, I want to echo the words of Director Derime welcoming you to our country. He mentioned a land of 1,000 hills, but I want to add a land of 1,000,000 smiles. So you're welcome. It has been said that as we launch this fifth Bimalab Insurtech Accelerator program, the main objective is to promote an inclusive and efficient insurance sector. It has been mentioned by many speakers that came before me. And it has been mentioned that insurance penetration is still low in Africa, 2.8%, compared to a global average of 6.8%. Now, this penetration doesn't mean that we don't have insurance needs in Africa. Actually, we have more needs for insurance. It has been mentioned by Kelvin that out of the study done by FSD Africa, in some sample countries, 51% needed insurance because they had some sort of shock, they faced some sort of shock. But only 1% out of the 51, only 1% had insurance, meaning that the other ones were using lucrative and the other informal means to cope with those shocks. So we need insurance in Africa. There's no doubt about it. Our people, our businesses need insurance mechanisms that allow them to share risks and invest. They need insurance to recover from economic and health shocks. We're in a world where shocks are so rampant. You're coming from COVID. You're into the Russian and Ukraine war. And maybe from that war, so there are many shocks, and we need insurance as Africans, to cope with those, shocks. And we need insurance to save for our long-term, needs. So insurance is very important, and Africans, we need it. And I'm happy with the target set by, having 1 million people insured thanks to this program, through this program by 2025. That's a very good target. So although insurance challenges are many, and there are many in our continent, there are a few that, are very common in our countries in Africa, and I'll mention some. One is a mismatch between insurance products vis-a-vis the insurance needs of our people. I think in our country we've been always saying that, motor insurance motor and the medical accounts for over 50% of insurance premiums. But how many Rwandans, have cars, So there are insurance products that, don't meet the needs of our people. That's one of the challenges. There's delivery channels that don't meet the needs of our people. Then there's the cost of insurance, which is actually very high compared to the people's incomes. So addressing these challenges requires coordination and cooperation across different players, regulators, insurers, investors, development partners, technology companies. And it requires cooperation across countries to share experience. Talking about these stakeholders, I'm happy that in this Bima Lab, Insurtech program, I think all these FSD was so deliberate not to leave out any of these players. I'm happy that there are representatives of regulators in the house here, representatives of insurance companies here, representatives of development partners, but also the funders. So I think that cooperation is required. So as we solve these insurance challenges that I just mentioned globally, including on our continent, technology has proved to provide solutions. Insurtech companies have used the state-of-art technologies, including big data, the Internet of Things, blockchain, machine learning, cloud computing, to improve insurance products, to create new products, and to improve the distribution models of these products, to lower costs and increase efficiency in the provision of insurance services. It is therefore our responsibility to support, incubate, and accelerate innovative solutions that will positively disrupt the insurance industry on our continent. I have to mention that as we launch this 5th Bima Lab program, at BNR this year we operationalized our regulatory sandbox, and I'm happy that FSDB Africa is supporting this initiative in different countries on the continent. We're actually happy to partner to support our sandbox program, which already implemented. So as we support technology-enabled innovation, we need to tackle the right challenges. And I have to say that last year, or 2019, UNCDF, the UN arm, did a study on fintechs in Rwanda. And among the challenges they identified, and I'm happy that actually my presenters touched on most of them in their presentations, one is lack of skills or skill gaps, the lack of a pool of IT professionals ready to provide these solutions. So that is challenge number one identified in this study. Challenge number two was lack of funding. Sometimes there's good ideas, but there's lack of funding, or funding is so costly. That's challenge number two identified. Challenge number three, there's lack of demand. Where there are good ideas and there's funding, there's lack of demand. And I'm happy to see that one of the slides presented by Omondi, there was, pushing demand through awareness. That's very important. It addresses that challenge. Then in some countries, there's a challenge of unsupportive regulatory environment, and that's why I think regulators were invited to this meeting. So we need to work together to support these innovations, and through this Bima Lab Insurtech program, I'm very sure we're in the right journey and doing the right things and the right people. So I want to end my remarks by appreciating FSD Africa for conceptualizing this Bima Lab program that I believe will catalyze innovation in the insurance sector in our countries. But I want also to thank our other partners, Swiss Re, but also the British government that has been providing funding for this program. So we thank you once again for attending this Bima Lab launch. We hope that this conference will be an opportunity to also forge partnerships for development of the insurance sector. I want to encourage the Insurtechs to take this opportunity and develop products that will solve insurance challenges that we face. So thank you very much, and I wish you a good day.
As the UK government, we continue to support innovative ideas. We continue to give money to FSD Africa to ensure that we have a series of these innovative platforms to support a thriving ecosystem, not just in Nigeria, but also across the sub-Saharan as well as the world. And Calvin mentioned something earlier, it's about learning as well. Don't just take this as a Nigerian space. We also need to look at other ecosystems in Kenya, where this has been done earlier, to see where those synergies and learnings can be for you to be able to try and ensure that you have that commercial viability.
Develop an accelerator program that is designed to support and grow the nation's Insurtech startups. And the intention was to unlock innovations that would help to transform this particular country's experience, particularly when it comes to issues around penetration.
Now, so move from where we are and where we want to be. We are asking for a pre-seed round of $500,000. And to do this, we want to be able to scale our API infrastructure. Again, we want to be able to onboard more insurers and more partners. I want to expand our team. Currently, we are backed by Tekidia Capital. Thank you very much.
Bestcode has come a very long way. As of now, Bestcode has been able to sell about 140,000 worth of policies on the platform, which shows that Bestcode has made some form of traction and it's a product that people are willing to use. Doing research, we realized that out of 71% out of every 200 people are willing to purchase insurance if it's available digitally. For every company, there is some sort of competition. And that is no different from mybestcode.com. We've had some competition, but we'll say that they are not doing exactly what we are doing. For MyBestCode Ghana Limited, you can compare and buy insurance from multiple insurance providers and buy exactly what meets your specific need and budget. Someone will say, why are we here? We are here to seek partnership. We are here to seek funding. We believe that Bestcode has made some traction. There's more that is yet to be done. If we had some funding, we believe we could scale up our market and make more sales.
Imagine yourself in a situation, in a community you live where someone can pass away and the person leaves a lot of financial burden behind for the family to cater for based on hospital bills, and equally the children cannot make it to school. That is the case of Pauline, a 54-year-old woman who is a widow and has 5 children to cater for. She belongs to the Sawa Women Association, but unfortunately, she fell sick and passed away. The thing that is even worse about the whole story is because she could not benefit from the welfare scheme which the association actually... We went further to look at the environment. We said due to the 6 million tons of plastic that comes into the Cameroonian society every day, people like Maya Pauline has to collect those plastics and go to our partners, recyclers, and it is valued and they are giving insurance covers.
The market is really, really big. Across Africa, we have a market as big as 3 billion. Across West Africa, we have a market that is in excess of 3 billion. And of course, locally, we have a market in excess of $100 million. Part of these $100 million available in Nigeria. I'm a member of a community of ride sharing with over 82,000 ride sharing drivers, where exactly $30 million can be made of that community. Next.
And we are very honored to be part of this very interesting journey, the Bimalab Accelerator program, which seeks to stimulate innovative digital insurance products and solutions to drive inclusive insurance for MSMEs and the public at large.
Also, I want to appreciate my organization, FSD Africa, as a development agency. Our work is basically to reduce poverty. And how do we do that? We work with the financial markets. We need to catalyze the financial markets to bring change that will be able to address a lot of challenges that we are facing in this particular continent. We've worked in over 28 countries, developed over 136 policies that are geared towards making a real change in this particular industry.
Thank you very much, media team. I didn't have to talk about this video. It speaks for itself. It's some of the FSD success stories. And we thank you for your attention. So right now, we've been keeping you nailed on your chairs. This is time to take a break. It's served right here. We're going to spend 20 minutes or so. We are 8 minutes. 11:28, we should be back in the room. Thank you very much.
nukuri kw'Imana we zunguru y'amarembo shenge ruragerwa ure mu Rwanda rw'abanyarwanda nukuri kw'Imana we ruragerwa abahungu ruragerwa abakobwa we
Africa's Sustainable Development Challenge. Since 2020, Africa has been hit by 3 major global crises: a health and economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, a food and energy crisis caused by the war in Ukraine, and the intensifying climate crisis as evidenced by more frequent natural disasters. A combination of these crises has worsened existing societal vulnerabilities, increasing inequality, as well as the fragility of public finances in the region. Between 2020 and 2021 alone, approximately 130 extreme weather events were recorded across Africa. Despite producing the least greenhouse gases, the continent remains the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change. The amount of finance African governments have committed, $264 billion to addressing the climate crisis, falls short of what is needed, $2.8 trillion. Africa needs an additional $2.5 trillion in climate finance between 2020 and 2030, on average $250 billion annually. But in 2020, the total annual domestic and international climate finance flows to the continent were only $30 billion, about 12% of the amount needed. Nevertheless, Africa has a huge opportunity. The continent is endowed with natural capital. Protecting and restoring it is essential to the global climate change and biodiversity agenda. 23% of the continent's GDP is highly dependent on nature, as is the stability of Africa's financial systems, and with it, opportunities for economic growth. So monetizing Africa's natural capital for development is crucial. Financial service providers across Africa are gradually realizing the value of incorporating social and environmental considerations into their business models. Re-engineering the financial systems will require investments in creative climate finance solutions and aggressive domestic private finance mobilization, as well as greater stakeholder collaboration. FSD Africa is an essential player in mobilizing green finance for the continent. FSD Africa's mission is to address systemic challenges in Africa's financial markets in order to spark large-scale and long-term change for the planet and Africa's people. We collaborate with partners across Africa to mobilize and direct finance to innovative climate finance solutions, leverage Africa's natural capital, and develop carbon markets. Key to our strategy is to support early-stage transactions with grants, returnable grants, technical assistance, and investment capital. We believe this mix of instruments is needed to de-risk investment and create novel investment vehicles, and so allow capital flow to underinvested parts of the economy. We help address the need for a policy and regulatory environment that fosters financial sector innovation by building the institutional capacity of policymakers, regulators, and supporting the development of the necessary guidelines, policies, and frameworks. Core to our work is the development of appropriate financial products and market infrastructure informed by data and insights gathered through research and from our engagement with various market players. All these initiatives are intended to help financial markets in Africa to realize a more effective financial policy and regulatory environment, increased funding for green initiatives, and deeper and more sophisticated domestic capital markets, which in turn lead to increased job opportunities, increased resilience of SMEs and low-income populations, including women and youth, and improved climate change mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity loss reduction. Our intention is that by demonstrating the success of transactions and intermediary models, we will encourage others to replicate and scale up similar models. This should lead to long-term and large-scale green capital flows into sustainable solutions across Africa. At FSD Africa, we believe that working to address the continent's green finance challenges can lead to a more sustainable future for Africa, one that is characterized by the reduction or avoidance of greenhouse gas emissions, improved access to jobs and income by its people, including women and youth, and reduced vulnerability to economic and climatic shocks. FSD Africa, we make finance work for Africa's future.
nukuri kw'Imana we zunguru y'amarembo shenge ruragerwa ureba u Rwanda rw'abanyarwanda nukuri kw'Imana we ruragerwa abahungu ruragerwa abakobwa we urebe
Thank you for coming back in the room. For those who are still outside, can you please take your seats and continue this important discussion? we have deliberately given 10 minutes extra, because your back were talking to me, you needed to stretch a little bit longer. So thank you again for welcome again, and thank you for coming back in the room. Now I want to welcome Mr. Elias for the panel discussion that we are going to have, and I'm sure he's going to rectify some of the facts that has been given earlier this morning, so that we continue knowing what is the right task that we're given. Welcome, Elias.
Good morning. Yes. Right, thank you. Right, so I'm going to have a very interesting panel. And before I do that, I just want to recognize the regulators in the room. So I want to start with the Moroccan team, so you can just stand and wave. We have a team from ACAPS Morocco. Where are you? Right, so let us appreciate them. Then we have a team from NICOM, Nigeria, regulator. Right, let us appreciate. Then also we have a team from IRA Kenya. IRA Kenya, thank you very much. Then also we have IRA Uganda. IRA Uganda, I think he will be, okay, fine, let us just appreciate him in absentia. Oh, okay, fine, he's here, right. IRA Uganda. Then we have a team from IPEC, Insurance and Pensions Commission from Zimbabwe. IPEC, thank you very much. Then we have a team from NIC, National Insurance Commission of Ghana. Right. Then also we have the National Bank of Ethiopia, NBE. Thank you, Director, for joining us. I don't know who am I forgetting. Okay. Let us give a big hand of applause to the Central Bank of Rwanda. You know, I couldn't forget that because I don't want to be thrown out. Right, so thank you very much. So we are going to have a very good discussion this afternoon. And basically we're going to talk about innovation and resilience and kind of look at the impacts that we've had over the last couple of years, particularly with the journey that we've been having with a number of countries that we've kind of rolled out the Bima Lab program. So I want us to put hands together for my panelists. I want to call upon Ingrid from the National Bank of Rwanda to join me on stage. Ingrid. I also want to call upon Mr. Kofi Ando, the Deputy Commissioner for the National Insurance Commission, Ghana. And then also I want to call upon Mr. Kelvin Mutiso from OA Platform. This is one of the Insurtechs that joined this particular program a couple of years ago. We'll kind of hear the experience that they've had, the journey that they have had, and also virtually are being joined by Vera, an associate from Senfree. I don't know whether Vera can hear us. Vera, are you online?
I can hear you well. Thanks, Elias.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone.
Right, great. So I just want us to give them a time to quickly, for my panelists, to introduce themselves and tell us what they do in their various positions. Thereafter, we are going to have a great discussion. I'll start from Ingrid.
Thank you. I think I'm an impromptu guest on this panel, and I appreciate that. My name is Ingrid Chuzuzo. I work for the National Bank of Rwanda, and I am part of a department called Financial Sector Development and Inclusion. Part of that department, we also look at fostering innovation. So we also have a division particular for financial sector development and innovation. We do a lot, including running the regulatory sandbox that we've talked about this morning, and form different partnerships like this one to just grow the innovation sector in the financial sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Michael Kofi Ando. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the National Insurance Commission. I have direct oversight over supervision, both prudential and market conduct supervision. And I also work with the tech guys. We have a unit called the Innovation Hub who work closely with the supervision unit, and so I get involved in a lot of the work that they do. I'm sure that is what has brought me here this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Mutiso. I am the CEO of OE Platform Solutions. What we've figured out is how to distribute insurance in a sustainable way to the boda rider if you're from East Africa, Okada if you're from Nigeria, where we give free personal accident cover to the rider for every 90 liters of fuel they consume within a given time frame. And so we aspire to be, as Kelvin was talking about, the first unicorn in the Insurtech space. Asante.
Vera?
Good morning, everyone, and apologies for only joining virtually. I'm Vera. I'm an associate at CENFI, which is the Center for Financial Sector Regulation and Inclusion, and we do quite a lot of work in looking how to extend access to financial services to those that are excluded or underserved. So I think, like a lot of the rest of the audience and panelists as well that are working in the space. And we've done quite a bit of work in looking for the insurance sector, how can regulatory frameworks be created and tailored in a way that it really facilitates and promotes insurance innovation within the different markets and jurisdictions. And also really, how can, for instance, regulator communicate well and really create some dedicated institutional capacity to be there for the innovators in their markets. And we've done also last year, together with FSD Africa, a study across 8 African markets to just look a bit more in terms of the different regulatory frameworks in place. And we also do quite a bit of work around MSME resilience and what needs for that. Thanks a lot.
Right, thank you very much. And I want to start with you, Vera, because you've kind of left it whereby you're talking about a couple of initiatives that CENFI with other organizations are taking to see how best we can address the challenges that are there within the insurance ecosystem. So maybe from where you sit, in terms of the work that you guys have been doing, maybe can you mention some of the challenges that you've kind of come across within the market and also within the regulatory space that might hinder innovation in Africa? And maybe what are some of the key issues that need to be addressed from where you sit, from what you've done in a number of fronts within the research work that you've been doing as CENFI?
Sure, thanks, Elias. And it will be a bit difficult to answer this one short because it's quite a multitude of challenges, and I think quite a few of the speakers have already alluded to them. But we kind of clustered it into different buckets of challenges. One really relates to what are like those structural constraints holding markets back in terms of insurance sector development. So that relates to kind of the skills gap towards mobile data being quite expensive and mobile networks, often still being unreliable and not really accessible for everyone within the population. So what are some of the more fundamental infrastructure and skills related barriers still holding it back? And we do see quite a few gaps there, but it does vary a lot between countries. And then another one that we can see is when looking at innovators, but also at established insurers and the barriers they face in innovating more,
is, for instance, that there are quite a few issues with establishing partnerships, because we really believe, I think, that if more partnerships with, for instance, alternative distribution partners, with platforms, also between Insurtechs and established insurers can be formed, that this can really have a massive impact on insurance innovation. But often, like getting people or getting different institutions together in the same room, aligning incentives and objectives can be very, very tricky to manage. And also another one is that there's often limited knowledge of the actual retail target market and of those underserved segments that we talk a lot about, especially also regarding MSMEs, which is a very diverse target market. And there's a lot of lack of data to actually understand what are the risks that these businesses face. What is their ability to pay? How are they currently coping with risks? How can we segment those markets? Like, there's a lot of lack of data, and that also really holds back insurers and innovators to go more into those market constraints. And then what we really focus our work on, I think, is more the regulatory and supervisory side of things. And there we can see, I think, a lot of progress has been made. And I mean, we see it here with innovation hubs being formed, like seen in Ghana, or with financial inclusion departments arising at central banks, like we see for Rwanda. So there's a lot of progress happening. But still in some markets, there's quite a bit of uncertainty in terms of how should INO really approach things like remote onboarding, remote selling of policies. There's still uncertainty around that. Also the licensing categories, there are new players coming into the field, especially also through the Insurtech space, like something like a technical service provider, more the B2B Insurtech space. Which licenses do those fall under, and how should they behave in the market from a regulatory point of view? And then also more from a communication point of view, sometimes it's still that certain players don't feel that comfortable to approach the regulator with their questions, and there's maybe not as much clear communication always to them with regards to which regulations do now apply to whom, how are they really implemented in practice, how is innovation really monitored. So there's still these also more soft gaps in terms of how regulators interact with stakeholders. And as I said, I think a lot has happened, but there are definitely a lot of challenges along the skills and infrastructure front, along the partnership and lack of data front to really understand the underserved segments, but then also with regards to the existing regulations and licensing regimes. Thanks.
Thank you, Vera. And maybe you've just mentioned something quite important in terms of market engagement and looking at addressing structural issues. I want to come to you too. I want to come to Ingrid. The National Bank of Rwanda have kind of come up with a financial inclusion strategy and kind of set up a clear roadmap on particular issues that you as an organization want to address within the country and within the financial inclusion journey. So maybe are there key issues that you would want to share with us? Because I know there are various organizations that are represented here. There are people watching who would want to learn what are these key approaches that National Bank of Rwanda is using to address the financial inclusion that maybe needs to be addressed in this country.
Thank you. I think I'll mention maybe just the three major things to advance financial inclusion. I'll first of all talk about financial products that are accessible, easily distributed, and easily used by the Rwandan population. I think I like what Vera just mentioned about how much knowledge, how much market understanding do we have about the underserved segments. That's a key thing. We need to learn and understand how best to serve the market. And obviously, as the National Bank of Rwanda, we are not the ones who are going to, go and sell first design and sell the products, we rely on our financial sector. We rely on in this case, the insurance companies already in the market and the innovators that are coming on board to, study the markets, understand the markets, and design products and means of delivery that fit the Rwandan population. The next second thing, very important, is financial literacy and financial education. Yes, we don't have much data about the underserved segments, but the National Bank of Rwanda is also very deliberate to find the data and to use the data to inform the different policies. And from that, we have done a financial capability survey to try to understand where do the population, where do we stand in terms of understanding different financial literacy notions and how well are we able to manage our finances. And part of managing finances is also adopting insurance products and more. So that's also a key feature for advancing financial inclusion. There's continuous education and continuous literacy engagements. And then lastly, I would also mention innovation. There has been a lot of structural challenges that have stayed for a very long time. And until, I would say, about 7 years ago in Africa, we started seeing innovative solutions that came and transformed how people used to deal with finances. So it's important that, regulators, partners, everyone just continues to put on their mark in terms of fostering innovation, because at the end of the day, through innovation, you get improvement on products, you get improvement on literacy, and you can also get improvement on regulation.
Right, thank you, Ingrid. And I just want to go to Mr. Kofi Ando. One of the issues that have been mentioned is around regulatory constraints and how regulators can look into solving some of these particular challenges. I'm aware that there was a recent release, NIC recently released a new insurance act that looks into solving some of the challenges that various ecosystem players have been facing when it comes to really entrenching innovation within the market. Maybe can you kind of take us through some of the key elements that you've included within the new Insurance Act of 2021 that is highly, I would say, highly innovative, embracing, that maybe some other regulators might need to learn in terms of how you kind of set up that new Insurance Act?
Thank you. And when our colleague online spoke, she alluded to sometimes there are challenges and lack of clarity around the kind of licensing to give and the kind of players. See, inclusive insurance is such that it involves a multiplicity of players. And sometimes you sit down as a regulator, you need to think through which of them need to be licensed, what kind of licenses do they need, what kind of controls should I put around them, will those controls help to protect the consumer, will it restrict supply, will it create problems? Without those controls, will the market be stable? So you have to think through all of those things. We've been on the inclusive insurance journey for a number of years, and we saw some players coming up for whom we did not have any room in our old Insurance Act. And so we either had to look for some windows through which to accommodate them or to make special provisions for them. And so when we had the opportunity to draft new Insurance Act that we had, as much as possible we wanted to create doors, we wanted to create room to admit the entities that need to be licensed and think through how to make it as easy as possible. And so for a lot of, or for some of the entities that we have been dealing with over the period, we create specific places for them. For example, mobile insurance started way back in Ghana in 2009, 2010. And at that time, we had nothing of the sort in our act. But over the years, learning from the experiences and the benefit they have brought, I mean, today we have over 75% of our inclusive product sold through the mobile phone in Ghana, and the structures with which they use to deliver that. We came to the conclusion that we need to create in the Act something we call a technical service provider. This could be a tech firm, it could be an entity that brings knowledge, it could be a partner that does the aggregation, and there's a whole lot of things that a technical service provider could be doing. And over the years, we have seen them play different roles. And in order not to just mess the kind of licenses that we have, we created this kind of license, and it enables us to accommodate the tech firms. It enables us to accommodate the firms that do the aggregation, that do the claims and administration and other things on behalf of the companies to accommodate them. Now, we also know that the whole world is going tech at this moment, and we need to create the room in the law to help us to join that wagon, to take advantage of it and get insurance to grow and move in that direction. And so you would see in the law two things. One is the innovative insurance license, and the other is the innovative intermediaries license. And so based on what an entity, an innovator wants to do, we could give this license. Now, this is a temporary license, and it's not a permanent license. It's a temporary license that allows us to admit certain entities with innovations that they bring into the market. The innovation could be anything. It could be a product, it could be a distribution channel, it could be a way of administering claims or premiums. It could be anything that solves a challenge, finds a new way of solving a challenge that we have on the market. But depending on what role that innovation is, it could fit within the insurer's role or the intermediary's role. And that is why we have the innovative license, the innovative insurance license, and the intermediary license to accommodate this. Included in the objective for doing this is to create a window for what we call the innovation room. Some people might call it the sandbox system, but we want to create room to allow innovators to come in and within some confines and within some calculated risk limit, allow them to test what they have, come up with them, let's see how it works. If it works, we go out there into the world, we upscale it. If it doesn't, we look out for why it didn't work, and we would have to minimize the losses. So these are some of the things that we've put in the Act to help us to respond to that.
Right, thank you very much, Kofi. Let me jump to Kevin. And you're coming from the Insurtech space, and there are a couple of issues that can be mentioned as various challenges that do impact innovators. Maybe from your experience, because you've kind of gone through a journey by having a number of interactions within the insurance ecosystem. What are some of the challenges that innovators face, particularly innovators that are looking at solving some of the challenges that Kofi has mentioned that you'd really be interested to give an innovative license on?
Thank you, Elias. Maybe I should give some context before I start. When we started OA Platform Solutions, our big idea was we had figured out that there were two segments that were completely underserved, from a financial inclusion perspective and an insurance perspective. We then decided to investigate the problems that those particular segments, which were what we call day traders, so you have everything from the border trader to in Kenya we call them mamambogas, to the Boda Boda rider who we could see from our data from another product one was, they were earning above average income. So when I say above average, GDP per capita in Kenya is about $2,000, which is 14,000 shillings a month. They were earning up to 30,000 shillings a month. And so we were saying to ourselves, what can we offer this segment that they don't already have? We then went we set up a focus group, and what we quickly realized was that 36% of all traffic accidents were Boda Boda related. And so we asked ourselves, okay, there's an opportunity here. So we went back to the market, and we first went to insurance companies and asked them, what products do you have to solve for this problem? And they gave us a series of products, everything from last expense to personal accident covers and whatnot. And when we went back to the ground, we talked to our focus group. We said, okay, we found your product, 400 shillings. You pay us this every month, once of payment, and you'll get these benefits from the personal accident cover. What happened next surprised me. They all laughed at us. Right? They said, why would we pay you 400 shillings? And we said, because your biggest issue is that if you ride the bike, your big risk is that you'll get into an accident. And if you get into an accident, you could either die, get permanently disabled, or temporarily disabled, which means you lose income. And they said, yeah, big whoop, right? So the insight we gained there was that insurance in the bottom of the pyramid is not perceived the same way the rest of us do. Apathy was our competition. And so we needed to solve for apathy. So challenge one was making the customer understand the benefits of insurance. And let me give you the perspective from a Boda Boda rider. You're basically telling him, pay me 400 shillings, and I will cover you in the event this happens. In his mind, he's thinking, okay, so what happens if nothing happens within the year? Will you pay me back? I tell him no. He says, then you're a con man, right? You're basically trying to figure out a way to take a lot of money from the Boda Boda ecosystem and fill your pockets. And so the first step we went through was educating the rider on the benefits of insurance. But then we realized that we had to build trust first. And so what we did is we bundled it with something they do every day, which is fueling, and we give it to them for free. So we went and found somebody else to pay the premium, that is the petrol station, who wants to aggregate volume from one specific ecosystem, which is, the Boda Boda rider. The Boda Boda rider consumes about 3 liters of fuel a day. If you get 1,500 getting into your station, you sell 3,000 liters. So to the petrol station chain, that makes commercial sense. So we figured out how to negotiate a discount, and then we aggregate demand from that sector, and then that's how we issue the free personal accident cover. The second challenge we found was engaging with the various insurance players. It was a very difficult 6 months. It took us actually 6 months to find a partner. And I'm not plugging the Bima Lab, but it was actually because of Bima Lab we were able to launch. The rationale we used was, if an insurance company or broker is interested in innovation, then they will support the Bima Lab Accelerator program. Right? So we had spent, 5 months before we joined the Bima Lab and spoken to all the big actors in Kenya. No one took us seriously. When we got into the Bima Lab, we found actors that were looking for people like us who were trying to solve these very difficult questions. And actually, it was through that partnership we found our insurance partner, and we were able to design this specific product I just spoke about. So the second challenge I'd say as an Insurtech is just finding existing players in this ecosystem who are licensed, who want to sort of start taking these types of risks on these types of products. And then what I'd say is the third challenge, which is something we need to solve for, is the access to capital. And so one of the insights even just from sitting at this conference, is there's a lot of money that wants to invest in innovative ideas. The truth is that it takes too long to deploy that capital to Insurtechs. I don't have a year from submitting an application to receiving money. I don't have 6 months, I don't have 3 months, right? I'm a startup, we're bootstrapping, we're trying, our capital is because we are not profitable, our capital is tight, right? So we have to be very careful how we allocate it, even for business development. And so what ended up happening in our case is we had to go and look for non-insurance actors who understood the type of engine we were trying to build, and they were able to give us capital in less than 2-3 months, and we were able to launch the product. So, in conclusion, just to show you, how we, that we solve for those challenges, we launched on February 24th, 2022. After that grueling process I just described, had 20,000 riders signed up on our platform, and we've issued 4,000 free personal accident covers. The cover gives you 4 main benefits. So as I said, the biggest challenge the rider has is that they get into an accident, they have to pay out of pocket. So we gave them a $90 hospital refund. The second thing we gave them is $250 permanent disability cover. Gave them a $250 benefit for last expense in the event of death, and then we pay $1,200, about $12 per week for up to 8 weeks for loss of income. So building that resilience, and we've paid out about 10 claims so far. And so even from an insurance point of view, the product is profitable, right? So that's sort of the main challenges we've seen, and those are how we've overcome them in the last year.
Thanks. Maybe I'll just go to Vera. Kevin has mentioned a couple of challenges that Insurtechs do face, and in terms of issues around capital, in terms of issues around getting partners, and even including basically developing rightful products. So I wanted to ask you, Vera, what role can technology basically play in catalyzing insurance solutions in Africa? How can we basically step in using all this technology that we already have in the continent to shape and to catalyze innovation in the continent?
Thanks, Elias, and it was really interesting to hear about the Bimalab product, because it just goes this really ideal way of understanding what is actually the challenge that the market segment faces, what even, then testing different product ideas with them and seeing how it lands, and actually seeing, as explained now, there might be some, it needs to be maybe more tangible to overcome trust issues, and it needs to be connected with something they are quite familiar with. And then the partnership angle comes in. And I think when we relate this to technology, given, and this is more from a challenge perspective maybe, but given these quite high trust issues that already exist towards insurance, and that also quite a few people distrust technology as well, one needs also to carefully see how to bring technology into the mix, to not basically double up the distrust towards insurance with distrust towards technology. What we've, for instance, seen in the Egyptian context is a lot of people really prefer face-to-face interactions. But I think where technology can play great roles is, first of all, also from a distribution perspective. So for those that are already on digital platforms, for instance, and engaged there. So let's say maybe the Motor platform in Rwanda, this can then really be nicely leveraged in a partnership with an insurer to distribute such a product, like for instance, an accident cover product, and then to also see how can we optimize the claims payout process, but also the insurance payment process. So if there's already a market where mobile payments are used quite a lot, then obviously using digital payments to optimize this part of the insurance product can just make it more efficient. It can be made more accessible for a bigger range of individuals and businesses. But again, obviously it needs then to be in a market such as, for instance, Rwanda, where mobile payments, or Kenya, where mobile payments are already quite well established. And I think also from just looking at insurance systems, like within established insurers, their own internal systems and technologies also determine a lot how much innovation is actually possible, how much well-established analysis is actually feasible, how well can their systems actually be integrated with other digital actors such as digital platforms, Insurtechs. So I think that is also something where as technology evolves more and more, and one can also move towards more flexible and modular systems for established insurers, that then also opens up a lot more new avenues to establish partnerships also on a technology level. So yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of opportunity to leverage technology in order to distribute products through digital channels, to digitalize the payment processes. One can obviously also digitalize the customer interaction processes through things like chatbots, just making it easier for people to quickly engage with an insurance company. And I think really importantly, also through digital technology, more and more data becomes available. So let's say if an insurer partners with a digital platform, that platform already probably has a lot of data available on their customer segment, which can then help to really devise a much more tailored product. So also really using the data that is created in digital ecosystems can help with creating more tailored insurance products for the respective target audiences. And then, yeah, lastly, as I mentioned, I think just looking at how internal systems at insurance companies themselves can also become more and more flexible and innovative to actually really feed and connect with the overall emerging digital ecosystems within countries. So I think there's a lot to gain in terms of efficiency gains, inclusion, lowering costs, making it more accessible, but it's not the silver bullet. So it really depends also on the country context and where consumers are at in terms of embracing and accepting technology.
Thanks, Vera. And you kind of mentioned quite interesting components in there, issues around trust and distrust. And basically we are coming from a distrusted product to a distrusted technology. And I wanted just to get to Ingrid, because we are working on what we call market development, kind of creating awareness, but also there's something that is still following us, issues around distrust, issues around disgruntled customers. How is the National Bank kind of bridging these two components? Because we want to make sure that people are more aware of insurance solutions, but again, there is something that is always behind us, that is trying to overtake us in terms of the people that are already there, some of them are not happy. How then do we bridge these two conflicting components as we try to enable technology and these particular products to be more entrenched within the markets?
Thank you. And maybe just before I start, there is no single institution that can resolve the issue of trust alone. So it's definitely a partnership across the board. So maybe I'll touch a little bit on the conflict resolution aspect, but then I will also touch a bit on the education aspect, and really to emphasize on the fact that it's a journey, and it's a journey that all players in the market have to walk. So in terms of conflict resolution, it's true that there are sometimes and oftentimes unhappy customers, and that just perpetuates the distrust. So what the National Bank of Rwanda has done is to sort of scale up the conflict resolution mechanism. There is now a consumer protection department in the central bank, and that department specializes in resolving different complaints, in resolving different cases that could have been mishandled in the market. So what that creates is, one, it creates accountability. If your customer is unhappy, if there was an issue that was created during the service delivery, one, you're called upon to resolve it in the fastest manner possible. But also, if we've noticed cases where customers that were not able to even voice their problem properly, they just remain unhappy for the longest time. And this is where the escalation process comes in very handy, where if an issue was not resolved at the financial service provider level, then the central bank can come in and mediate. And all of this is done real time through an application, accessible both on the web and you can download the app on your phone. So basically, the National Bank of Rwanda was able to provide a platform, a tool to financial service consumers to be able to channel their complaints, and where necessary, where the complaints were not resolved by the financial service provider, the central bank can come in for mediation. We also recognize that not all service cases have to go to court. Most of them will not reach there, but they will leave customers unhappy and just perpetuate the distrust. So that's the first step in terms of conflict resolution. But also another part that I would want to talk about, which is the specialty of our department, is also how do we walk the journey to even change the narrative, right, around insurance, around financial products. So that's where consistent financial education comes in. So you've taken a two-steps approach. One, you're really resolving the issues that are in the market, and you're creating trust. But also, secondly, you're working together with different partners to continue to educate, to support the private sector, to educate and to create good stories. Good stories like the one of Ayo really go a long way to transform the industry. So yeah, a two-steps approach, basically.
Thanks, and I think that's very important. I know there's this platform that BNR has created called Gerard. I can't get that name. It's Geraria or something?
We have the Geranya, which is a price comparator. I think that one is a price comparator.
Yeah.
I think I saw it in one of the testimonials videos. That one was done by the National Bank of Rwanda. But the one for complaint and conflict resolution is the Inhumga chatbot.
Inhumga.
Inhumga, yeah.
Inhumga. Yeah, right. So I'm trying to learn a bit of Kinyarwanda. I think I only know a couple of words. So let me just jump to Mr. Kofi. And, we've kind of gone the journey whereby Bimalab has kind of been initiated in the last couple of years in Ghana, and kind of look at how we could see a lot of private-public kind of partnerships in terms of how then we can promote what we call development of insurance markets. Maybe what are some of the learnings out of the partnerships arrangements that we've had in different programs that you can be able to tell us we can learn from, particularly in promoting insurance markets in the continent?
So the first one is that it creates the right platform for the players to find partnerships to bring out the things that they have been innovating. The innovators find the insurance partners that they can deal with, and they also find people, investors who might invest in it and help them to upscale. A number of the people who or the firms who participated in the lab found partners. Some have found both insurance and investment partners and are continuing or have upscaled whatever they did in the lab. The other finding that has become more important for us as regulators, and which our board has asked that we do regularly, is to engage the tech community. They need to understand how insurance works and the challenges that we face. So when they think about innovation, they are thinking about solutions to the challenges that we have, to the market that we have not been able to enter, to the challenges that we have not been able to solve, to the things that delay their claims and their other things. And so we have had this, once every quarter, we'll have what we call the tech forum to meet the tech community and to discuss how the insurance sector works and the challenges that we face and some of the things that they can work on. Of course, it's not a one-way learning. It also enables us to learn from the tech community and the innovators and learn things from their perspective and see how we could realign supervisory processes and procedures to accommodate them and to help us to find the solutions that we need. And some of these even translate into our own supervisory processes and procedures as well. So these are some of the big learnings that have come up from there. And we know that going forward, it's going to be more and more of the tech. And it has also even set some desire, some objective to begin to look at the entire supervisory structure and process. You know, as more things get digitized, the risk dynamics change. And so it is important as regulators to get to understand how those risk dynamics are changing so that we adjust supervisory processes to begin to identify and to mitigate these risks, even in terms of product, in terms of risks, in terms of prudential issues. These begin to change. And a common example is a digital product that is onboarded. Everything is done online. Now, when we used to deal with paper, you would expect the insurance company to get what we call a proposal form, and they fill it, and they answer the questions and take the. So when there is a complaint, that could be one important document that you could go to and begin now to mediate. Now, when everything from marketing, sales, onboarding, premium payment, claims, everything is done online, we need to see how have the risk dynamics changed and how do we adjust the regulatory framework to be able to cover that and to accommodate it. So those are some of the learnings for us as regulators which have also come up and we are dealing with.
So you know, we've had 3 countries, 3 regulators participating on Bimalab before. Maybe what advice would you give the 7 regulators that are joining Bimalab?
I want to welcome them in the first place and say that they should have come earlier on. That's good for them. It's better late than never. Throw everything into it. It is a window into the future because life is getting digitized. Everything is getting digitized, and this is the way to get the insurance sector to jump on that. And there's a saying in Ghana that change or die. I mean, everything is changing. So if we don't change, if we don't begin to see how life is lived, changes in the life we are living, people will disrupt our space and probably take us out of business. In Ghana today, the competition for the banks are the mobile telecommunication companies. The MTNs and the Vodafones, they are the competition for the banks now, because that is where everybody, the ordinary Ghanaians, banks on their Momo wallet but when they started, the banks didn't want to partner with them. Now the banks are on their knees begging them to partner with them, but now they can get a license from the government to also serve the people. So what I'm saying is that it is good they are here. This is the place to be. Bima has great potentials that we can all explore, and I believe that great things will come out of this. As you have said, it is one great tool that we can use to transform at least the insurance world in Africa.
Thanks, Kofi. Maybe let me then jump to Kevin. You know, you've walked this journey. Today we have 23 Insurtechs, or basically innovators, that are looking into going this journey. Maybe can you share an experience that is mostly reflects back to what the lab did give to you or to an institution that you might need to share with them, and maybe advise them on what are the key things that they may need to look at as they join this journey for the next couple of months?
Thanks, Elias. Well, I think the first thing that happened was just that identification of a partner who was willing to partner with a startup. As I said earlier, it was the way we thought about it was, if somebody in the incumbency, one of the actors that are already in the space, were thinking about innovation and were partnering with what I call regulator-led innovation efforts, then that was a very good sign for us, because it meant that they were serious about what they were saying. And so that for us was a big thing. So we found a company, they've now left Kenya, Microinsurance, MIC Global, sorry. But at that time, that was the big thing. The second sort of big thing was we had several speakers give us insights on different perspectives of, say, pricing. And Tonya Mutiso is here today, gave a very good speech on, give good talk on how to do price discovery. So how do you figure out how to price the product, and how do you sort of engage the customer base and engage the stakeholders to find that sweet spot that will work for you, and then how do you test the different price ideas that you have. I'd say that was sort of the big thing. And then, of course, I don't come from the insurance space. I'm actually a lender by training. And so it was also a very good experience just to meet insurers, both from the incumbency and the new startups, and just see this different market that I had never been exposed to, and see how their thinking is. We in the digital lending space are a little bit, our regulator in Kenya is a little bit more open to some of the ideas that we have. And so it was also good for me to see, and our team to see, that our insurance regulator as well was opening up to these innovative ideas. In terms of what advice I'd give Insurtechs is, do not miss any of the talks. That's where the gems lie. A lot of these people will not give you 2 hours of their time with the kind of detail that they give you. And then when it comes to product design and looking for product market fit, and I challenge everyone, so this is not a unique audience, there's a focus I find in this Insurtech space where we all try and solve for the 2% that are covered. And so we're all saying, how can I make the product more efficient? How can I make the product more attractive to the existing customer base? There's a 98% out there that is yet to be covered, and that's actually where the solutions and the crazy ideas are required. We need to go down into those segments, understand the language they speak, build trust, and then start designing and building products that are relevant to them. Because, if we're going to have an innovative insurance market, we have to build that segment. We have to figure out how do we get the balance of 98%. And so just going back to OA and what we did is, the boda rider, as I said, does not trust insurance, never did. But the idea is we will build that trust together. And that's why I wear this reflector jacket everywhere I go. The point is to demonstrate that OA is a brand that wants you to succeed as a boda rider. And so we give you this jacket so that you're safer. When you're riding at night, people can see you. We give it for free, and it's one of those things that if you're in Nairobi, in certain parts of Nairobi, you'll definitely see this bright orange OA branded reflector jacket. And the point there is that they should wear it with a point of, with pride, because what they're telling the world is that they've understood what the value of insurance. And so I think my sort of big point there is Insurtechs need to focus on building trust with the customer, and Bima Lab brings all the stakeholders, regulators included, and without them, or rather working together is how we're going to be able to sort of build that trust. Once we build the trust, it will be a race to who will capture the largest market share. And of course, we hope OA will be ahead to be the unicorn Kelvin talks about.
Right. Thank you very much. And, Kevin, I've been waiting for my helmet. You told me that you'll bring my helmet. Yeah, I don't need a reflector jacket.
We give helmets to the riders who've consumed about 1,500 liters within a year. So I'd like to see the number of liters you've consumed on the OA platform. But just as a point of note, we sold 1 million liters in the first year.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. Fantastic.
On a lighter side, Oye in a Ghanaian dialect means it is good.
Wow. Great. Okay. So I think then I deserve to get a helmet then.
Yes, you do.
Everything has worked. So I want to thank my panel because they have been quite giving us great insights. And again, we are going to look at how then we can create an impact that will transform the insurance market in the continent. Thank you very much, Ingrid from the National Bank of Rwanda. Thank you, Mr. Kofi Ando from the National Insurance Commission. Thank you, Kevin Mutiso from OYE, which means it is good. Then also thank you, Vera, that joined us from all the way from South Africa. Thank you, and thank you for listening to all of us. Thank you very much.
Can we give a hand again to the panelists for the great insight they have been giving us for the past few minutes? Just to let you know, in the last 2 days, we've been with our cohort members discussing about insurance, technology, innovation, and one of the regulators asked, does innovation come first regulation, or it's regulation that needs to come first before innovation? Maybe something that I can leave you to think about, but one of the cohort member, a very young and vibrant owner of, I think it's Kalisimbi, if I'm not mistaken, just responded simply. We created solution because we were we wanted to solve our problems. So it's that simple. In trying to solve our own or our community issues, that's where innovation are born, and regulation are there to make sure that there is enabling environment for those innovations. So thank you very much for a great insight, panelists. If you have missed everything, just go with the border story. Because I know most of us, regardless where we're coming from, we can relate. And thanks, Kevin, for emphasizing how insurance is a particular business of trust. Any financial product, yes, require trust, but particularly insurance. So thank you for that. Ingrid has touched base on central bank financial inclusion and innovation strategy. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Moise Bigirimana from the Central Bank of Rwanda to come and tell us a little bit of more details on this strategy. He's a manager of financial sector development and education in the Central Bank of Rwanda. Welcome, Moise.
All right. Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Pamela, for the introduction. We request people on computer to just put my slides on. Yes, thank you, thank you. So I'll be telling you go to next. I don't have a pointer, but trust me, this will be a story that I'll share, and it is our story. It is the story of Rwanda about financial inclusion and innovation. It is an interesting story, by the way. And I've, when preparing for this journey of us, challenges were coming in mind. Just mentioning challenges because we want to connect this with insurance. And in insurance, we have seen that there are so many challenges. But after listening to so many challenges, I want to change and talk about opportunities. Because people have highlighted challenges and they are clear for everyone. Now let's see the opportunities that are here specifically. So for the Insurtech, my last message will be, this is the place, Rwanda is the place to have your products tested, to have your products known, maybe scaling up later. So if you can go to the next slide, I just don't want to talk about the introduction. Rwanda, how many people do we have in Rwanda? So the market, it's not a big market, but it's not a small market as well. As per the census of 2022, we have 13 million people in Rwanda, and 7.6 of them are adults. So you can see the percentage of male and female. That's not much interesting. What is interesting is letting you know the population we have in Rwanda. If you can go to the next slide, please. And all these people are served by the financial sector, which is performing well. If you have gone through a number of reports by the National Bank of Rwanda, you will see that our financial sector is performing well. I have not yet started financial inclusion. That will come later. But for your information, 67.4% of the assets of the financial sector are for the banks. And insurance has 9.2%. And the rest is by pension, forex bureau, and microfinance institutions, as well as non-deposit taking lending financial institutions. So you can ask, how many banks do you have? 15. How many insurance? 16. And how many microfinance institutions? More than 400, 457 microfinance institutions. And this includes Umurenge Saccos that have transformed lives of many people, as we have at least one in each sector. And then you can ask, so these people are serving people in Rwanda, so what is the level of financial inclusion in Rwanda? And that is what we have on the next slide. So we have conducted FinScope survey for so many years, starting in 2008. And the journey has been interesting, I may say. On the right side, you can see the financial inclusion level, and that considers both formal and informal financial inclusion. So if you consider both, you see that we are at 93%. Isn't it a good progress? Maybe people can clap for Rwanda. Thank you. Thank you. I'm forcing you to clap for us, but it's a good move from 48% in 2008 to 93% in 2020. We are yet to conduct another FinScope survey this year, and early next year we'll have the results. Of course, improvements will be there. And the most important aspect, and this is where I want us to focus, is on the formal financial inclusion. From 21% in 2008 to 77%. So if we say formal financial inclusion here, we mean people who are served by banks, people who are served by insurers, people who are served by microfinance institutions, and mobile money operators. So 77%. That's a good progress again. But this is overall financial inclusion. And if you look at financial inclusion, there is having access, there is having usage, and there is having impact, which is leading to financial health. So I'll talk about the challenge that people have not mentioned. It's the gender gap. Of course, I know that we have issues of insurance. Challenges have been highlighted, but there is a challenge of gender gap as well. If someone can move to the next slide. As far as financial inclusion is concerned, and formal financial inclusion is concerned, we have the gender gap of 7% in formal financial inclusion. But in financial inclusion overall, it is only 1%, which is again something that we are proud of. But that 7% gender gap in formal financial inclusion is a challenge that, again, we have to address. So one would ask, what are the drivers of this level of financial inclusion? So, and I'm expecting that the one on laptop could be moving with me. So focus and concentrate. Thank you. So we have a number of drivers, but I just want to mention two. One, it is Umurenge Sako, that is everywhere in the sector, so the sector level. Like we have the country, we have provinces, 4 provinces in the city of Kigali, we have 30 districts, and we have 416 sectors in this country. So in each sector, at least, we have one Umurenge Sako, which is good. So these SACCOs, savings and credit cooperatives, have changed people's lives, as people can at least have access. But they are not the only ones that has supported this level of financial inclusion. Mobile money operators, digital financial services. So this has transformed how people access financial services. And as I started saying that I'll be talking about opportunities, maybe this can be looked upon as an opportunity. How can it be leveraged to see if there are some insurance products that can benefit from what already has been achieved? And emphasizing on digital financial services, I'd like to mention that as per FinScope 2020, 66%, you can go to the next slide, 66% of people in Rwanda are digitally and financially included, which is something that, again, I mentioned we need to leverage on as we think of insurance products that people can use. But the same survey, I'm talking about FinScope survey, it has highlighted that as of 2020, insurance premiums and claims were hardly made via mobile money. I'm quite sure things have changed because of COVID. because of COVID, things have changed, and we are expecting that in the recent FinScope survey, we'll have the percentage increasing, like only 0.3% of respondents mentioned to have paid digitally for premiums or have received premiums digitally. But of course, things have changed because of COVID-19 again. Emphasizing on digital financial services, we have made progress. I've been focusing on demand-side data, but we also have supply-side data. And this is on the next slide. You can see that we have 5.5 active mobile payment subscribers. And these people have been increasing, like COVID-19 has made it possible. Many people are actually using mobile money, and they have been used to using mobile money. So carrying out cash, it is not convenient, it is not safe, and people have adopted. So 5.5 million mobile money users. And as far as mobile banking is concerned, we have 2.4 million users. But for internet banking, we don't have many, 140,000. Of course, if you look at the transactions, you'll see again that 70% of the cashless usage was for mobile money, so mobile payment. And if you look at the value of the transactions, again, you'll see that mobile money has 52%. So which is, again, an opportunity that I think Insurtech here can leverage on. So if you can go to the insurance uptake, please go to the next slide. Thank you. Go to the next. Yes. So we've been talking about financial inclusion in general, but now let's come back to our business. Look at where we are in insurance. As far as all adults are concerned, we have 17% of adults who have insurance products. But it is important to mention that community-based health insurance is excluded here. And the reason of excluding this is that we have achieved almost 100% of community-based health insurance. So if we try to mix community-based health insurance with the rest of the products, then we may just sit and say we have achieved what we are supposed to achieve. So that is why we have separated it from the rest of the insurance products. So all adults, 17% only, and youth, 12%, those that are economically active, 19%, and it is divided into different products that are available, but all of them are just at low level. If you compare the level of formal financial inclusion in Rwanda with the level of insurance uptake, there is a huge gap. So as I said, at least we have the opportunity that people are formally included. So what is missing for insurance, this is what we need to address, and this is what we need to look at as the opportunity. And as I talked about community-based health insurance, if you can go to the next slide, please, you can see that if you try to look at the overlap between medical insurance and mutuelle de santé, that is community-based health insurance, you will see that we have 1% of adults who use both. So that's the overlap. But when you look at community-based health insurance only, or mutuelle de santé, you see that we are at 88%. We are good, right? Yes or no? Yes. And this is again an opportunity. If it has been possible for community-based health insurance, then it can be possible for the rest of the insurance products, right? So that is the opportunity. I'm not talking about challenges. And as I talk about opportunities, let me focus on the enabling environment that we have here. The enabling environment, we have had the environment that, of course, promotes financial inclusion. And what I'm mentioning here is not the work of the central bank only. Financial inclusion cannot be achieved through the efforts of the central bank only. It is the efforts of many players in the economy. But here, I just want to highlight the key among many factors that contributed to the level of financial inclusion that I have just highlighted. So we have the innovative products that include digital lending and saving. We have microinsurance products. We have long-term saving scheme. It is called Ejoheza, that has onboarded and targets people in informal sector. And we have mobile money, we have mobile banking and internet banking. These are the new innovative products that have pushed and have contributed a lot to the level of financial inclusion that we have achieved as of now. And we have had, of course, players in the market, the investment trust, the private pension schemes. We have got the complementary pension schemes, and we have got Insurtechs. I have put in my slide fintechs, but I'm educated that I have to mention Insurtechs for this business today. Yeah, and we have had policy and regulatory framework that support innovation. That is very important to mention. People have talked about sandbox. Chimenyi talked about it in his remarks. Ingrid mentioned it, and I want to mention it as well. It is one that we believe will continue even supporting us in having more people financially included. And we have got the Consumer Protection Law enacted back in 2021. Ingrid mentioned it again. We have got a number of regulations to implement this, and we have got tools such as Inhunga chatbot that she just mentioned. So this is to support financial service consumers. If we have achieved the level of 77% formal financial inclusion, and we just keep quiet, we don't think about consumer protection, maybe people will start saying, you know, I have been included, but because of the challenges I'm seeing there, because of the poor services I'm getting, because of frauds in this market, let me be excluded. So consumer protection is key. But also we have credit information, we have microinsurance regulation, we have the payment service providers regulation, insolvency law, finance lease, NDFI's regulation, bank assurance directive, all these, just to mention few, to support financial inclusion. But again, policy, regulatory framework, strategies in place. We have the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, we have the National Payment System Strategy, the National Financial Education Strategy that is being updated, and we have the National Agriculture Scheme. All these to support financial inclusion. But you can have all these, but if you can't measure, then that becomes a challenge. So that's why data and measurement is key. And we have three main sources of data. Number one being supply side data that we control, and Director Dilme mentioned it this morning. So we are able to pull data from the regulated institutions, so all the regulated institutions automatically, and we can come up with numbers that inform us on the level of financial inclusion. So the national ID for this is key. I'll talk about it when I come to the infrastructure. But beyond electronic data warehouse, we have FinScope survey, which is a demand-side survey that is conducted every 4 years. That's also one of the key sources of data. And beyond this, we have the savings group map that now is specifically for those people who are informally served, the VSLAs. So we map them, we know where they are up to the village level. And we have actually completed the draft strategy to digitalize them. And I think Insurtech can also use the opportunities that are there to serve these people. And let's go to the infrastructures that are in place. And we have had a number of facilities, be it strategy-wise, policy-wise, regulation, laws, but also the infrastructures. We have the national IDs that are digital, and this facilitates in KYC when you have to onboard new customers. Internet, broadband, I think that you have all enjoyed the fast internet everywhere in Kigali, and it is the same everywhere in this country. We have the mobile phone penetration, which is high. The land registry for collateral, that is key. And we have the collateral registry again, but also the credit information system, and the RIPS, that is Rwanda Integrated Payment Processing System, that is operational 24/7. And we have the system that handles complaints of financial service consumers, that is Inhunga chatbot, they mentioned it, and the web comparator. So all these are to facilitate financial service consumers, to facilitate players in the market, to serve these people that we are all targeting to serve. But we can have infrastructures, you can have good players in the market, you can have new products if this is not followed by financial education. That will be a challenge. People will not adopt these products. So that is why financial education matters, and this is what we have on the next slide. NBR implements a number of programs to educate financial service consumers and potential financial service consumers. But of course, we don't do it as a single institution. As I started, financial inclusion cannot be achieved through the efforts of one institution. So that's why stakeholders, partnership, coordination with stakeholders is key in this business. And we use a number of channels to reach out to financial service consumers through the programs that I have just mentioned there. We have what is called BNR Quiz Challenge for secondary schools, and we have different forums at district level. They are called Access to Finance forums. These are people who can reach out easily to people in rural areas. We have the special weeks, and among the main important weeks that we celebrate is the insurance week. So insurance awareness is key for us as well. So we use all these through a number of channels, and these channels include radio, TV, road shows, workshops, and community works that happen at the end of each month. Last Saturday of each month. So 12 times a year. And then after this, one would ask, so what are your plans? What is the way forward? Could you please go to the way forward? And way forward, my friend, thank you. And this is my last slide. So on the way forward, maybe one would ask, what's the way forward? After I didn't ask you to go to thank you. I have not thanked people yet. But anyway, I will thank you, don't worry. So let's all think about what could be the way forward. I don't have the way forward. But I think what we all want to achieve is that level of financial inclusion for everyone. We don't want to leave anyone behind. right? And back to our business, let's forget about financial inclusion in general, because as of our story, we are doing well in financial inclusion. But in insurance, we are not doing well. So how about insurance? If you are having this progress in other products, then insurance. Let's see if everyone can be insured. And this is not a call for Rwanda only. It is a call for every one of us. But then, having that level of financial inclusion which is high, being insured is good, but in the end, what do we want exactly in this business? We want, and I think, I'm not pretending to be right, but we want people's well-being, right? If we can have something that addresses people's challenge without bringing products, without bringing technologies, but we have people's well-being, that will be okay, right? But then it's not possible. You can't just have one thing that will sort out all the issues. So that is why we need to have all these products. So as we develop new products, Insurtechs that are here, have in mind that customer. I like what Oye just presented. They had the customer in mind. So design products that are customer-centric, so that in the end we can have the community that is well served, we can have the financial health of these people. And as I just conclude, where else can you test your product? I think it is here. So come, test your product. We have all the facilities, and we'll be able to go with you, walk the journey with you. Welcome to Kigali, Insurtechs, as you try to test your products. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moise, for walking us through the journey of Rwanda. The earlier discussion, we were just discussing how usually Rwandans, when we are discussing, we tend to talk more on challenges, things to solve, problem to address. But today we have changed because we want all of you to be communicated the progress we have made and how we are doing. That's why Moise has taken this time to walk us through, all of us, on the Rwandan journey. So thank you very much for that, Dr. Moise. Allow me this time to, we have been talking so much about cohorts, 2023 cohorts, our hero, those who are championing this program, our unicorns. But you haven't gotten a chance to know them. Let me welcome Madam Tonia to walk us through the program and present as our heroes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know I am standing between you and meeting the cohort, and then obviously between you meeting the cohort and lunch. So we're really going to try to do this quickly. But before we do, I wanted to at least be able to give you an opportunity to understand what the cohort can expect from the program. And then after that, we'll have a great chance to quickly have each one of them come up on stage, share with you very briefly. They each have a 1-minute pitch prepared. So they'll share with you very briefly what their organization is about, the challenge that they're trying to solve for, and what their solution looks like. So with all due respect to previous speakers, this is the fun part of the day, okay? So there we go. All right, so I think I have a couple of slides, if you don't mind just throwing them up. I quickly wanted to be able to share one or two things. So what does the program look like for the cohort members once they join Bima Lab? And what we've really taken steps to try and do is build out a program that allows them to learn broadly and learn from multiple different sources, individuals, learning programs, and have built and and structured the learning design to look that way. So we've got 5 ways in which the cohort are going to learn in the program. We really feel strongly about the power of the story of a founder speaking to another founder. In fact, earlier, I think it was Kelvin, when you were speaking and said you'd founded 2 Insurtechs before, I thought that that would be such a wonderful experience for them to understand what your own journey has looked like. And we're looking to involve a number of founders who've kind of carved out their paths before the founders that we have in the program now to really inspire them with their stories. And then beyond that, we welcome subject matter experts into the program, so speakers come on board and share different areas of topical interest with the startups. We've got master classes, which are deep learning, deep work for each one of the founders in the program. And these are very much structured around key thematic areas that we want to take the startups through as part of the Bima Lab program. The last 2 really allow for bespoke one-on-one engagement for every member of the cohort. So we have what we call office hours that allows them to have one-on-one time with either the instructors on the program, with different founders or different participants, with some of our partners in the program as well, and then of course with our regulatory partners who are part of Bima Lab Africa this year. And then finally with mentorship and advisory, we pair each startup with a mentor who is typically an insurance industry-based expert that has wonderful insights to share with the startups. And then for each startup organization or cohort member, we do provide them with an advisory team. Think of it as a mock advisory board that allows them to tap into different resources and skill sets that they themselves may not already have internally or have ability to access easily. So that's what the program elements looks like. Next slide, please. So what we've done this year is we've broken out the program into 5 cycles, and these 5 cycles are typically where we find the biggest challenges for every startup. We have an envisioning cycle, we have a customer development cycle that allows them to understand their customer and start to build out the right value proposition, and then really be able to hone in on the pain points that their customers have. That then takes us into product development and product management. This is where you connect the solution or the problem, the pain points your customer has, to the technology that's going to help them solve the problem for that customer. That then takes us into the next cycle, which is sales and growth focus. So this is how to get your product out in market. So if you imagine the journey at this point in time, you've done some envisioning, you understand from a broad perspective where you're headed to as a startup. You understand your customer very intimately and you really get what their problem is. You're able to solve that problem with technology, and that's the product development and product management space. And then after that, you want to start to think of how you go to market, right? And how you're going to sell and how you're going to grow your organization. So that's the sales and growth cycle. And then eventually we culminate in the investor readiness cycle, because we know ultimately for a lot of startups, and when you think of the pure definition of a startup, they're almost defined by quick, fast growth. And so investor funds are usually very important at this stage to help really scale that growth as fast as possible. Next slide, please. So this year, we're really excited. I think Elias introduced the regulators to you earlier. We're really excited to have regulators take the journey alongside the startups in the program. And what we've done is we've gone ahead and created a learning cycle for the regulators as well, to really allow for a couple of things to happen. I think Elias shared a lot on this earlier, but I think from a startup point of view, and I'm kind of sitting here representing the startup side of things, is the opportunity to engage with our regulators, particularly focused on how to build regulation that supports innovation and how they can work hand in hand with the startups that we have in the program. So for the regulators, there are 3 cycles that we're looking at. Cycle 1 is going to be around prudential regulation. Cycle 2 is around, my eyes are not doing very well. This is very far for me. Anyway, suitability of persons and data protection, and then cycle 3 is around market development. And the idea is to make sure that as we work with the startups, we're also working with the regulators so that we're kind of in lockstep with each other and ensure that by the time we're going to market, that regulatory component, and particularly the burden of compliance that's placed on these startups, can be eased a little bit and allow for a faster time to market. All right. I think that's it. Do I have another slide, or can I go ahead and start introducing our startups? One last slide. So we've done, I think this is our 5th Bima Lab. And Bima Lab started in the middle of the pandemic. And our first, I think it was our first 3 or 4, were always virtual deliveries. This is the first time, today is the first time we've been able to launch Bima Lab in person with people in the room, with the entire cohort in the room at the same time. So today is a really special day for us, particularly for those of us who've taken the journey of Bima Lab over the last 2 years. So it was really wonderful that we had the opportunity to bring everybody into Rwanda, and thank you so much to our wonderful hosts for having us here and hosting us so graciously. We have 2 more in-person sessions planned for this Bima Lab. So we have the pleasure, and for those of you who haven't, it will be a pleasure, of going to Ethiopia, to Addis, and being hosted by the Ethiopian team. So I want to extend a warm welcome to everyone in this room and online. If possible and you're able to join us, we would love to see you in Addis. And then finally, the demo day, which will take place on the 3rd of November, will be in Nairobi, and we look forward to hosting you there. So a couple of in-person sessions planned there. All right. So in the interests of time, I'm done with my slides, and it is time. You know, everybody that has spoken today has spoken about how these are the heroes, the people, and so we really saved the best for last. So it gives me great pleasure to ask my colleague Laura to join me on stage, and we are going to introduce you to the cohorts that we have with us. So for cohort members, what I would really like is to tee you up. You're going to come up one by one, but I just want to mention the first 5 so that you're ready to come up on stage. What we've done is we didn't do this by country. In fact, what we took steps to do was to do this in alphabetical order by cohort company name. So that means that if your name starts with A, be ready to start walking up. So the first 5, okay, so I don't want to waste time between calling you up. Huh? The idea is that one comes in, one goes out, and you're going to walk up to the stage. You're going to do your 1-minute pitch, and you're going to exit on the far, if you're standing here, far right of the stage, your far left if you're sitting in the audience. So can I please have ACA Africa, AIC, Amanlik, Shari, who's online, and Elastic FS, please line up and get ready to go on stage. And if the team on the slides can queue up the slides, please, for the startups, that will be fantastic. Now, I don't know how to turn this on. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to our cohort today. We're going to start with ACA Africa. Very welcome. Please get on the stage and do your 1-minute pitch. You can use the stairs, or if you feel quite agile, you can leap up to the top. Thank you very much. Laura, you have a mic there to give him the mic. Guys, I thought this is the part we're all waiting for. Better round of applause and make them feel welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Ruben Saina. I work with ACA Africa. ACA Africa is a company which deals with designing products for smallholder farmers, using technology to de-risk issues of climate change as well as risks affecting smallholder farmers. So we do this using technology, and this technology includes USSD, including satellite products, as well as using distribution channels within the market. Over time, we've learned that there are 2 issues which affect farmers, and this includes high cost of insurance products as well as mistrust of the products. So as ACA Africa, what we've learned over time is that if we can be able to develop a product which works through with the farmer over time, then the farmer will be able to trust the product, as well as being able now to use this trust to be able to penetrate into the market and push the needle of penetration in terms of products. So what have we done in terms of looking at that cost of insurance as well as trust? There is a product which is coming up, and we've tested it, which is looking at using smartphone camera to be able to assess perils within growing cycle of the crops, as well as sending these particular crops photos to the insurer. So basically what it happens is that the farmer will position himself within his farm, take the photos of the crop, and that particular photo that has been taken will be sent through the app to the servers. These particular photos over time through the growing season will be assessed using machine learning. This machine learning algorithm will be, it will assess and generate a quantified losses. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. Okay, thank you very much. A few things I picked from him, but I'll just say one. As the next presenter walks on stage, remember when our representative from Ethiopia, FSD Ethiopia, spoke, he said, no one is working on de-risking us. We have to de-risk ourselves, which is what they do. They de-risk agricultural farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next startup is AIC from Uganda. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just start by saying I'm very excited yet humbled to be, if I'm not mistaken, one of 3 women in this cohort. My name is Asha Tukunda from Uganda. I work for the Agriculture Insurance Consortium. At lunch yesterday, someone asked me how I'm able to sell insurance, agriculture insurance specifically, without being a farmer. This is how. 10 years ago, my parents in a small little district in western Uganda decided to get involved in the plantation business. So, like any risk-averse African, they did their homework, they did everything right, got the right shoots, bought the right inputs, and did their part. Everything was going on well until 5 years ago. There was heavy rain with hail and windstorm, and this destroyed the entire plantation. Uganda, agriculture in Uganda, like most African countries, is heavily reliant on rainfall. This means that it makes it very prone to climate and weather-related shocks. 70% of Uganda is an agriculture nation. So our population, about 30 million people, are involved in active agriculture. So as the Agro Consortium, a coalition of 14 insurance companies, we are providing agriculture insurance for farmers in Uganda. So we do this through our index-based solutions, but we have insured approximately 600,000 farmers since inception in 2016, and would like to get to the 1 million mark at the end of this year. Now, to be able to do that, we know that we need to leverage technology. So we have built a platform that, in addition to providing insurance, allows for farmers to have access to digital advisory services, to input good quality input. We know fake inputs are one of our biggest issues, and to markets. Now, we know the Accelerator program is going to give us a chance to be able to tap into the resources to get us to that 1 million mark at the end of the year, and to the 30 million farmers in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Big, bold numbers. 1 million mark by the end of the year, leveraging technology. Thank you very much.
All right. Next, we have Amanlik from Egypt. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mansour, a tech-savvy individual who happened to join a traditional insurance brokerage firm where I witnessed firsthand the insurance problems that our market suffers from. Then I decided with my fellow co-founders that this situation has to change. Okay. Amanlik is an insurance platform in Egypt that's transforming the insurance industry. We try to make insurance simple, accessible, and user-friendly for everyone. As you know, insurance penetration in Egypt suffers from a very low percentage of contribution to GDP, lower than 1%. And that's what we are working on, because in Egypt and Africa, people don't have a safety net to rely on their hard times. Right now, we are working with 13 insurance companies, simplifying insurance and doing an end-to-end user experience from getting a quote to filing a claim. And currently, we are working on our seed funding round. We are looking for investors. If you are interested, please approach to join us on our journey, making future more secure for Egypt and Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big thing for them, customer journey, make it as easy as possible, user-friendly. Next.
Thank you. So next up, we are going to invite Elastic FS. Oh, actually, I don't know if, do we have Shari on the line? Can I get an indication?
Yes, I am on the line, but you
excellent.
got the wrong picture. This is the other co-founder. I will be the one pitching today.
Please go ahead. Welcome, Sophia.
So more women today on the stage, even if it's remotely. Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Alj from Morocco. I am the co-founder and COO of Sherry. Sherry is a B2B e-commerce app with embedded fintech and Insurtech for mom-and-pop shops in French-speaking African countries. We basically allow traditional proximity stores that we can also call retailers to order any consumer goods they sell, get delivered for free on the next day, and benefit from financial services like microcredit or microinsurance. With operations today in Morocco, Tunisia, Côte d'Ivoire, we plan on becoming a leader in Francophone Africa. With my co-founders, we are working on social and financial inclusion topics on the African continent, as it is very close to our hearts. We are currently raising our Series A in order to develop everything that is related to fintech and insurtech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for Sophia and the Shari team.
Thank you very much. I think the most important thing is the microcredit part, which we know is a big part of our economy in Africa. Thank you.
All right, so on the stage now, we have Elastic FS. I want the following to be ready to come on next. Exus, IA Check, Alika, Inclusivity Solutions, Kacha, and Karisimbi. Please be ready. Elastic FS, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samo Nyakuti from Elastic FS. Elastic is a fintech as a service based out of Kenya. And we're building digital financial infrastructure for access to African markets and marketplaces. So what do we think is the problem? It's very simple, two things. One, the inclusion gap, where in Kenya, only 44% of people have access to financial services. Now, the output of that is something we call the community unbanked, where 1 in 3 working people are members of a chama. We have 300,000 chamas that are holding 3.5 billion USD. And that's just Kenya. The second problem is the technology gap, where traditional banks and insurers are using legacy infrastructure that is not scalable or flexible. So what have we done? We've built Yellow. Yellow is simply a scalable chama ecosystem connecting financial service infrastructure or products with end users through a scalable core engine, an insurance middleware, and finally, predictive AI engines. So what are we looking for? We're looking for you. If you are obsessed with financial inclusion, you're obsessed with making a change, impacting lives, we're looking for you to partner with. Thank you.
Thank you, Elastic FS. From what I understand, you're trying to be as elastic as possible. Elasticity, stretching and going back into place, inclusivity, and making it possible for anybody to access services. Financial inclusion. Next.
Thank you. All right, so we have Exus next, just to make sure everyone else is here. Alika, and then Inclusivity, Kacha, and Karisimbi. Okay, perfect.
Good afternoon. It's freaking cold. I don't know, the AC. Now I get why you people wear suits. So yes, I'm Shema Steve. I'm from Axis, and we're on a mission to build Africa's largest marketplace for micro savings, micro lending, and micro insurance. In sub-Saharan Africa, 80 to 90% of people are unbanked. And to be more specific in Rwanda, over 5 million people rely on informal saving mechanism to be able to access financial services. And what we're trying to do is now, with the use of technology, to be able to include those people within the formal financial sector. And I'm here looking for partners to really come on board and help us. Somebody said 1 million. I think we're also on the same mission, but in Rwanda. So welcome again, and thanks for having us.
So I hear this word unbanked the second time. This is good. I love the big, bold numbers. And I like the fact that you're seeking partnerships. So anybody who's ready to partner, reach out to Exus. Next.
All right, so on stage now we have IHEC, Alika.
Hi everyone, I'm Anas Mazouqi from Morocco. I'm working as a data scientist with Alika companies. So our team, we are we are a team of experts in the field of car damage assessment. Of assessments and in insurance, our team is patient by about improving the customer experience and stream the car damage by leverage technology. So we care about providing accurate and effective, efficacious and cost-effective car damage assessment for clients and also insurance companies. We are believe that automating the process of car damage assessment can save the money and the time for insurance companies, and also provide a fast and more transparency for customer about processing of the car assessment. So we have developed a platform that can detect damage on cars and also estimate the cost of reparation. So, okay. Okay. So by partnering with us, you will be at the forefront of innovation technology that will change the way of processing the car damage, and we can we can contribute and develop this platform, and we can make a significant impact in insurance industry, and also it's a real value to our customer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the recap from my end is the fact that they're making claims. Their solution is around making it quick for you to claim and to get your payment, to be able to fix the damages on your car, and for the damage to be assessed as quickly as possible. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Inclusivity Solutions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. Standing here is Chipiwa Tavana, representing Inclusivity Solutions. We are a company that provides a platform that allows insurance companies together with insurance distributors to sort of write their insurance business on our platform, from onboarding of customers all the way to paying of claims. So we facilitate the entire process so that they don't have to build any new platform. So why we do that, we're really passionate about allowing the 1 billion customers that exist, or opportunity that exist in Africa, that are currently not covered through any insurance product. As we all know that the current penetration of insurance is at 3% or just under 3% in our continent. And we're really passionate about everyone getting covered through insurance product. So how we do that is we partner with those that are willing to basically facilitate the distribution of insurance products that are meaningful to our customers, and products that do not cost much. As we all know that the socio-economic situation of our continent is not as good. So we allow the build of our products to be products that can be accessible by many communities in our continent. And we also do that by providing or accelerating the existing products that some of our partners are already distributing, by offering free insurance products, by leveraging the already existing products that some of our partners are using. So what we're looking for really is for those that are willing to partner with us in order to really reach this 1 million mark. And together, really I believe that if we work together, we can become better Africans, and we can make sure that we reach out to the rest of the population that is currently uncovered. Thank you.
Did I hear you drop from 1 billion to 1 million? Are we moving backwards or forwards? Anyway, what I understood from him, accessibility, affordability, scalability, partnerships, which is very important. One of the presenters said here, these problems in Africa cannot be solved by individuals or by individual companies. We must partner to be able to scale and to be able to provide affordable services. Thank you.
So we now have Kacha from Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you. Hello. Let me tell you a little bit of facts about my country. Ethiopia has comprised of a population having over 120 million population, and out of which 70% of the population is below the age of 35. And we comprise of closely 1.5% of the entire world population. You see the biggest potential, right? And there are only 2 payment instruments in the country, and access to finance is pretty much low in the country. So we see this as an opportunity rather than a challenge. So that's why we are born. As our slogan stands, we unlock possibilities. We provide technology, we provide product design for the banks, for insurance companies. So we work together. Ladies and gents, my name is Mikias Fikadu. I'm a data science and mobile money manager for Kacha Digital Financial Service Provider, the first privately owned digital payment instrument issuer in the country. So we see us, you can see us as a bank, as an insurance, but in the digital form. So we don't just only provide technology, we put together and design products to create access to finance and deepening financial inclusion, including Insurtech products. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. It's great to hear that there's positivity. These are opportunities, not challenges. And the other thing I've understood from him is one-stop shop for everything that you may need. It could be a bank, it could be insurance, whatever it is, they're aggregators. Thank you.
All right, so on stage we have Karusimbi, but I'd like the following to be ready. Malipo Circles, Mobisho, Move On, MTech, and Octomile. So please come line up. Please go ahead.
So if you see me shaking, please believe it's the cold in the room and not because I'm nervous. And we've been talking about 1 million people would like to have access to insurance premiums. And once we have those million people, I want us to be also able to make that insurance work for them, in the sense that they can process their claims, and also to work for the insurance in that they can manage all these claims as insurance firms. I'm Eugene Kwizera, and I'm from Karisimbi Technology Solutions, where we believe that processes behind the claims processing is very important, especially in the sector of healthcare, where a delayed insurance approval or a delayed payout to a hospital can mean life and death. Through the testimonies of people around us and personal experiences, we were inspired to transform how healthcare insurance claims are processed by developing an electronic medical record software that not only manages the processes at a hospital from patient checking in to checking out, but also in real time can be able to update the insurance firm on any charges or anything that they need to pay for, so that they can process that insurance claim immediately. We believe this is important because for insurance firms who are the biggest players providing that insurance, you are able to reduce your insurance fraud rates by almost an 80 to 90% margin. You're also able to process to reduce your operational costs. And for the hospitals which manage the patients, they're able to get quicker payouts, and therefore they can restock and they can run their services faster than it usually happens, where it takes months for those processes to be claimed. And for the patients, they are able to reduce fast. The affordability of the claims can come down by almost 18%, because that's almost the cost that's added to premiums because of fraud cases and the losses that that occur because of the inefficiencies in insurance claims processing. Therefore, we believe in funding partnerships and anybody who can enable more health centers access this software, and also digitize more insurance firms to be able to use it together with the other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Karisimbi. Yes, you were quite nervous. The mic almost fell. But the most important thing about Karisimbi that I've picked up on is the fact that they want to make the insurance work for you. Very important. Next.
So I also noticed that we have 2 Rwandese startups, and both of them are complaining about the cold. And we weren't saying anything because we didn't want to be rude guests. So it turns out we're all suffering in silence. Okay, this is Malipo Circles. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I've always been fascinated with the idea of communities and digital ledgers. And at Malipo, we work at the facet of the two. What possibility does a trusted digital ledger open, especially in a community of people who save and operate together? So that's the problem that we are looking to solve and the potential we are looking to unlock. So how do we go about it? We believe that a community knows more when individuals know better. So how does that link in with insurance, when we can easily verify your digital ledger at any point in an ecosystem? How does that link to access to credit? How does that link to access to direct supply of grants? How does that link with market linkages? And how does that enable the easy information, flow of information within an ecosystem? So that's the problem that Malipo looks like, and that's the opportunity Malipo tries to address. So Malipo is an ecosystem, a platform that brings all these parties together. Digital ledgers, ability to create a community with a shared digital ledger, and how all the ecosystem partners around insurance are able to use that information to provide cheap, affordable insurance in a way that's digitized. Market credit partners are able to lend to these parties as a community or as a group, and market linkage partners are able to provide market opportunities to a group in whichever economic activities they are organized in. And why are we interested in communities? Why are we all here? Is because we believe that the easiest way to share information is to come together. Because each of us knows different, and when we share, we all grow. And that is the whole idea of Malipo.
Thank you, Malipo Circles. Africans believe in communities. We say in Africa that the children are brought up by the village. So when communities are put together or come together, there's more power in numbers. So Malipo Circles is focusing on that. Next.
Okay, now we have Mobisho from Ghana. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Gideon Kofi Frempong, and I'm from Ghana. I'm the founder and CEO of a startup company called Mobisho Limited. In 2020, it was discovered and reported that insurance companies in Ghana are losing over $70 million a year to issuance of fake insurance stickers. This has become an albatross around the neck of this insurance sector. So what is actually the problem? Is it a problem of getting a lump sum money to pay for your premiums? So we discovered that yes, that is the case. We decided to introduce on our app, our platform, which is an aggregator, which has a lot of insurance companies on the platform that you can buy your insurance cover from. After doing that, we have what we call MobiSave. The MobiSave enables you to start paying for your next premium payable in bits. You select monthly or weekly deduction, and if you are paying, for example, $500 for an insurance cover for 1 year, it is divided by 12 months. And this 12 months, every month, there is going to be a deduction of $45 as a contribution towards your next renewal. Aside that, we also have a portion of the app that allows claims application. So when there is an accident or an incident, you can instantly take a video or a picture and upload it onto the app, and it goes directly to the insurance company's dashboard for assessments that can be done later. We are here as Mobisho to seek partnership and also investors into our business to catapult us to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mobisho. We do know that access to credit is very difficult for us in Africa. And the fact that you can save in advance to be able to pay for your insurance in advance and to be able to process your claims in the same system is fantastic. This thing of paying premiums one-off, a large amount of money, is what is killing a lot of us. So thank you very much for that presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nigel Agogo from Ghana, and today I'm representing Move On, an Insurtech company that specializes in premium payment. So in Ghana, there's a law that says no premium, no policy. So in this law, it doesn't allow insurance companies to sell insurance to customers on credit. And this is a big problem because drivers in Ghana cannot afford to pay a lump sum at once. So, for instance, if a driver was to pay 2,000 cedis a year, he wouldn't be able to pay for it. But if you give them an option of paying 50 cedis a week or 200 cedis a month, they'll get it done easily. So this is where we come in. As Move On, we give them the opportunity to pay weekly and monthly insurance, and then we pay the insurance companies upfront. So our distribution is done via WhatsApp. You easily pick up your phone and then send a text to our bot, you select your policy, and then select your payment plan. Our target for the end of the year is 250,000 customers paying an average of 568 cedis per annum, totaling 142 million. And that is 10% of the total value of vehicle policy in Ghana from the records of the NIC. We are looking for partnerships to help us grow and finances. So we're looking forward to working with Bima Lab and FSD Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So seeking partnerships, they're already doing amazing things. The drivers who cannot afford, creating a space that it's affordable for everybody from an insurance perspective.
All right, so we have MTech on stage, but as she gets ready to go, can we please have, I'm expecting Octamile, okay, is here, and then Orbit Health, Rural Farmers Hub, Quest Digital, and Saglan Walji.
Hello everyone, my name is Cynthia Okundi. I am representing a company called MTech Services from Kenya. MTech is running an online platform that provides an end-to-end paperless ecosystem for insurance users. So an insurance user can go on the platform, get to compare quotations from 38 different underwriters, different insurance companies, purchase a policy and manage the policy all from the convenience of the phone. What MTech is passionate about involving and including people who have been left out from the insurance conversation. We believe that this is what has contributed to the low penetration of insurance in Kenya. So what we have done is with our platform, we are creating convenience, we are creating transparency and accessibility of insurance. We're also working hand in hand with our insurance partners to come up with products that are more relating to these people who have been left out of the conversation. But also we are, on the same platform, we are providing financing for people who may require financing to access insurance policies. We are hoping that you can join us on this journey to get the name MTech out and to insure the uninsured. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Isn't that like music to our ears? Manage your own policy. To be able to manage your own policy, I think, is very important to many of us because we always get shocked by the time we're trying to claim our insurance. Thank you.
So we have our first Nigerians of the day. Welcome them. They've been very quiet. No one has spoken about them today. And if you know them, this is hurting. Please go ahead, Octamal.
Good morning. My name is Benro Dara. I'm the CEO of Octamile. Octamile is digitizing insurance for Africa. So we're not just Nigerian. We want to be an African business that helps to solve the frictions, remove the frictions in the insurance value chain. So think of us as an all-in-one insurance management solution that tries to digitize the entire ecosystem of insurance. So from risk assessment, automation of claims, to underwriting, we all have this in various models. We partner with the leading insurers in Nigeria. We've partnered with about 8 insurers already who are using one or all of our models. We're here to explore expansion into other markets, so we're here to connect with both the regulators, partners, to help us enter into new markets. We're also backed by a couple of investors, Plug and Play, Fiat Ventures, EcoVC. Now we're raising a seed round of $2 million. We've already got 50% of this committed, and we're excited to partner with any investors in the room. Thank you very much.
As Tonya introduced the Nigerians, they are here. Did you hear when he said, we are here to take over Africa? We are looking for $2 million. We've done $1 million. Congratulations. That's the Nigerians in the house. Oh.
All right, then we have Orbit Health from Ethiopia.
Hello, everyone. I'm Pazion Chernet, the CEO of Orbit Health. It's a digital health company. We are on a mission to be able to transform healthcare, especially how it's accessed and the quality. In Africa, there's a saying, especially in Ethiopia, there's a saying that don't get sick and don't look for a lawyer. So those two problems you have to avoid. But those are inevitable. So what we've done is we built a digital solution primarily to actually improve how care is delivered, regardless of the location and regardless of the person's ability to pay. Now, by coiling or combining our wallet, what we call Orbit Wallet system, with microinsurance, currently we are designing extremely accessible insurance services within the health sector. Now, making healthcare affordable is not just a burden for the government, but tapping into the wider Ethio Telecom network. Currently, they have over 70 million subscribers. Out of that, 35 million actually have smartphones. So we're really gearing up to disrupt this sector and elevate quality of healthcare and how it's delivered throughout Ethiopia primarily, but then expand outside of Ethiopia. And then we are looking for investors and partners. We are open and really excited to join Bima Lab and the rest of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Don't fall sick. Don't need a lawyer in Africa. So Orbit Health is trying to sort out that problem. Please reach out to them for partnership opportunities. Next.
All right, next. Do we have Rural Farmers Hub online?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So at Rural Farmers Hub, we deal with precision management solution for crop health and soil quality assessment. It is designed for farmers, agro-allied companies, and other stakeholders. We use intelligent maps to plan precise fixation of defects in soil and crops. Our latest product, called Umbrella, is an Insurtech that solves the problem of pricing premium, reporting claims, and making payouts to farmers flexibly and automatically using my name is Gabriel, a co-founder of Rural Farmers Hub. We're interested in partnerships as well as investment. Thank you.
Thank you, rural farmers. It's sad you're not here. We are missing you. But we've listened to you, and we look forward to you leveraging the networks that have been built here for partnerships. Next.
And in case you didn't notice, the Rural Farmers Hub is also a Nigerian startup. Next is Quest Digital from Uganda.
It's also freezing in Uganda. So what is life without family? But also, what is family without wealth? And what is wealth without security? My name is Jean Anthony from Akilo Banker. That's our product, also known as Quest Digital Finance. And by the way, my dad died because he had no money, we didn't have savings, and he could not be able to get a loan. But more importantly, he couldn't access microinsurance for him to save his life. And by that time, I wasn't there. So when I returned, we started Akilo Banker, a digital platform that enables millions of smallholders and SMEs across Africa to acquire, manage, and grow and protect their wealth. And because of what we do, and because of what I'm doing right now, about 190,000 smallholders and SMEs in Uganda have been able to access this important and life-saving products and services. So what we want you to do is to join us in this journey. One, to digitize the ecosystem that provides savings, loans, and more importantly, insurance to these people. Secondly, we bundle the services and products which the insurance providers have and make it accessible, affordable, and they should be able to pay them in installments. And with you, we shall be able to reach the million mark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love the intro with the personal story. I think it even gives more passion to what you're working towards. But most importantly, I think it's the convenience of having access to various tools, aggregating everything in one market, and also making it possible for potential customers to access their tools, or rather the solutions that they have to offer. Can we have the next one on stage?
Yeah, so next is Saglan Walji Hospital. The last four are going to be Sigma AI, Kifia, and there's a reason why Kifia is there. The product starts with T, I promise. Umoja Lands and Verdue Climate.
Thank you. As a person coming from a medical background, I would like to open up with a quick medical image in our imaginations. All of us here are drinking water, and after a few hours, our kidneys will be able to excrete it. And then what will we do? We will go to the bathrooms, and then we will say, so in Ethiopia, we basically say "Afway" to have that sign of relief. I'm Dr. Rai. I'm the CEO of Saglan Walji General Hospital, the first private hospital in West Ethiopia, and we're working rapidly to expand our Afway Insurtech program. We live and we breathe to make our customers say Afway in the Ethiopian healthcare market. But the silver bullet to do this is to provide affordable and inclusive health insurance where no one pays out of their pockets. Unfortunately, our Ethiopian private healthcare provider and our Ethiopian private health insurance providers can't do that right now. So 10 months ago, we launched our product called Afway, and our hospital became a pioneer in providing a provider-driven model to become an insurer, to become an Insurtech, and also to become a service provider. So far, we registered about 1,400 patients for our model, and then we are creating an ecosystem that can provide this in the future. So now, we are forming a consortium of more than 20 hospitals and diagnostic companies in 10 cities in Ethiopia, and we'll be launching the first private health insurance insurer in Ethiopia. Of course, the onboarding, the claims, the identification, the payment is all done digitally. So if you are an Ethiopian regulator in the room, which is Atubala over there, please allow foreign companies to be an investor in the insurance sector, which is not allowed. If you are an Ethiopian, please buy the health insurance that we are offering publicly in the next few months. If you are an equity investor, please help the consortium of hospitals expand their service centers. If you love Insurtech, please share us your experience. Last but not least, we're all drinking water today, and I'm sure a lot of you will go to the bathroom. When you go there, please remember, Afway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we can see, Insurtech or microinsurance or the beginning of any idea in technology especially has got nothing to do with you being a techie. This is a medical doctor who has given us the story as to why he's in this space. Next.
All right, next is Sigma AI from Morocco.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Fraud in claims management is one of the biggest problems insurance and clients face today. Insurance companies in Africa lose $5.5 billion each year in fraud, which makes premium more expensive year after year, blocking a lot of African population to buy insurance and financial services. So if you go deeper a little bit in motor insurance, we have found out that the biggest cause or the root cause of fraud is human intervention in the claims process, whether it's fake accidents, whether it's inflated repair quotations, or collusion between the stakeholders. My name is Yassine Rahmi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sigma AI, a Moroccan startup company. Sigma AI offers an AI solution through just a simple mobile photo of an accident. We can detect damages and estimate costs. So what we do is we help insurance companies, first of all, digitize the whole claims process. Second thing, eliminate fraud. And third thing, be free from, I would say, the reign of experts, assessors, and all the human intervention. In addition, clients get their claims settled in minutes rather than days, in some cases months. We have partnered with one of the largest Moroccan insurance companies to deploy our solution, and we are here in Bima Labs to find partners in our African fellow countries and insurtechs or insurance companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your recap is basically around cutting back on time, making it convenient, and making it affordable for everybody so that you're able to enjoy the fruits of your investment as an insurer. Next.
Okay, next is Kifia from Ethiopia.
Hello, my name is Alazar. I came from Ethiopia. I'm a Chief Information Officer in Kefia Financial Technology. Kefia Financial Technology is a leading and the first fintech company in Ethiopia. We have 11 different digital platforms. Do you believe that the insurance sector contributes to our GDP? That means our Ethiopian GDP is below 1% when we compare to other African countries. Kefia already has worked in Insurtech since 2016, connecting farmers and different pastoralists. Our product, we have reached over 16,000 farmers, and we have 20 million per insured, 2.5 million per paid out to over 6,300 policyholders. We are now scaling out our AI-enabled micro insurance product, which adds a vegetable index product to 55,000 farmers in the next 2 years. Our product is tested and verified, and a lot of people or farmers are using it. Starting from last year, our insurance platform has recently developed a health insurance, and we want to scale out this also. We came here to get a partner to scale out our micro insurance product, our agri insurance product, to 55,000 people, and our health insurance to 1 million people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know how many of you caught on to that, but the fact that they've paid out, you do realize trust is a big issue when it comes to the insurance space. One of the panelists here talked about trust being one of the biggest challenges in Africa with regards to insurance. So what he has said, I think, is very important, where you pay out and you can show evidence that you have paid out to those who are claiming. Thank you.
All right, so now we have this guy. When we first thought of how we're going to bring the startups on the stage, the idea was to do this in alphabetical order of country. And then I felt so bad because Zimbabwe, whether you list all the African countries in alphabetical order or all the countries of the world in alphabetical order, they're always last, right? So I figured I was going to game the system and instead go in alphabetical order of names of companies. And then he has to name his company Umoja Lands. Okay, so he's second last on stage today, which is better than his usual position. Welcome, my brother from Zimbabwe.
Okay. And I'm also proud that I'm the only Zimbabwean in the cohort. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tafadzwa Kavi. I'm the founder of Umoja Lens Systems Zimbabwe. At Umoja Lens, we utilize satellite imagery and artificial intelligence to enable insurance. So according to Zimbabwe government's own data, climate change has been a negative impact on agriculture. On average, a farmer is producing 1.39 tons of maize per given hectare instead of 4 tons of maize, meaning that 1.8 million smallholder farmers are losing at least $625 per given hectare because they are uninsured. So part of the issue is that smallholder, like insurance companies, they lack credit profiles for smallholder farmers, and also the distance has discouraged insurance product in agriculture. So our solution is simple. It's a software as a service for insurance companies to connect to smallholder farmer digitally, and also to assess damage using satellite imagery and artificial intelligence. So how do we connect farmers digitally? We have produced what we call the farmer digital identity. It's an electronic number that stores all farmer information needed by insurance companies. So our value proposition to that is that our system is zero rating, meaning that smallholder farmers, they don't need data to access such service, and also they can digitally register themselves for a credit scoring that will be used by insurance companies to connect to them. Currently, we have 20,000 smallholder farmers who have onboarded on our platform, and our sustainability plan is we charge 1,500 subscription fee paid by insurance companies, and also farmers, they pay $2.50 just to register for the digital identity. And we are currently raising for $150,000 in exchange of 7% equity, and we promise a 10 times return on investment. And this $100,000, it will enable us to reach a budget target of 350,000 smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Umoja Lands. We do know that Zimbabwe is a big agricultural country, yes? So it's not surprising that that's what they're working on. But what amazed me is, are you a technical guy? Finance, but you moved from $150,000 to $100,000, and I just saw somebody writing a check. So you may need to go back and work on that. Next.
Last but not least, we have Verdu Climate from Nigeria.
Thank you. Believe me, our people in Africa are hungry, and the price of food commodity keep increasing daily. Not only because of war in some part of the world, but as a result of extreme weather events, such as drought and excessive rainfall, that climate change has brought upon us. My name is Okwemi Drodola. I'm the MD CEO of Federal Climate Limited. A startup, an Insurtech startup climate in Nigeria. We are passionate about creating tools to mitigate the effect of extreme weather events affecting farmers' operations in Africa through climate data analytics solutions for proper planning and informed decisions. Climate advisory services for all stakeholders in agribusiness value chain, as well as climate risk modeling, pricing, monitoring, and claim processing. This will enhance and increase the efficiency of agri insurance underwriting and claim processes in Africa. We believe that through Bimalab Accelerator program is going to give us necessary needed resources to improve our data platform, to increase our efficiency, and give us access to market penetrations, improve the life of farmers, thereby increase their profit margin, and at the same time, make food available in our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, we had the story, farmers, Africa, agriculture, farming, increase food security. He talked about that, give them access to insurance. So it's very exciting to see that we are focusing on things that will make a difference to our continent. So up next, I think we are done with the cohorts. Can we just give them a serious round of applause? I can tell you this. I watched them being prepared. The difference between 2 days ago and now is amazing. These guys can tell their stories. You know, when startups are putting solutions together, they don't think beyond that space, but we've stretched them out of their comfort zone and they've come and done an amazing job. So those seeking partnerships, funding, regulatory support, technical support, mentorship, advisorship, please, please, let's reach out to them and support them so that in another year or by the end of the year, we'll be telling a different story with regards to what we did today launching Bima Lab. So up next, we are going to have a video. And after the video, we are going to officially launch the program, but I'll hand over to Pamela so that she can come and do her thing. Thank you very much for your time.
kirabona inyange kikavoma inkora
murumbura igitego basangira ngendo
nabanje rwikora n'amakuza rwa mukinuzi n'ubukombe agenda imbere y'igihenge kibirizi kibahemeza aragiye ntacyo byamutwaye ese nyamihizo
nuko mba muri mana byose ubukombe kitata cya mutabazi nicagera mu nkuba nuko yegoye
wani rubongora manu ngaboro kanga ntambaro ngaboro gutaganye kandi nyampamara niho wani cyagera ubukombe cyagera gihagura
nuko
wani kinyange wani rushishi matashi hano wani rushishi migere wani warwagishenga wani warwakigara wani umuhindira benzi warugina basore barahamusha gushyamba wani rubongora manu ngaboro kanga ntambaro wani cyagera ubukombe cyagera gihagura wani rubongora manu ngaboro wani warwagishenga wani warwakigara wani umuhindira benzi warugina basore barahamusha gushyamba bahana barohe baharamba bahebe samurugara miroha gara wani rubongora meningamo wani cyagera bukombe cyagera gihangoro bamongo kabaro wani kinyanya wani rushishi matashiha wani rushihi migereka wani wano warwagishe wano warwakigarama wano warwakigarama wano muhegira benze warugina basore baraha barusha gushyama wano rubugoro mano gabarukanga ntabwo barugamba rwatanganyekana nyampamero wano cyogera mukombe cyogera gihagoroma mu kabaruka zakenyangero cishima zishihana wano warwagishe wano warwakigarama wano muhegira benze warugina iyo abasore baraha barusha gushyama ng'amacuma ashize ubugina muri wano bahane baruhe baharambe bahebeye samurugara yeruhangara ngiye ntabwo barugamba rwatanganyekana nyampamero niho cyongera bukombe cyongera gihangara mamango kabaruka zane kinyange no shishe maze shihana no shihimegere
ndabakunda ibihangange
Can we give another round of hands of applause to this beautiful team? I can tell from your body language that maybe we don't need another dance. But what would be an event, what would be a program without dance, a Rwandan troupe? Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for your attention, for taking time and attend this conference. Special acknowledgement for our partners, regulators, trainers, insurance, Rwandan insurance player. Can we give a hand on the Rwandan insurance players? We want also to thank Holistic team for making this event a success. And our heroes, the 2023 cohort. So this dance was particularly to celebrate you, to officially launching this program, but also celebrating this cohort. So allow me to also thank FST Africa for conceptualize and coordinating this Bima Lab Africa Accelerator program. Without further ado, this is the end of this event. We are going to have lunch. The ballroom is upstairs. The Holistic team and other organizing team are going to help us to take our guests upstairs. And after that, feel free to network, exchange cards, and get contact from various key players, be it cohorts, investors. So thank you very much. Feel free to stay behind to celebrate and have enjoyed this beautiful dance. Thank you very much. Bon appétit and have a great day. Thank you.
ndabakunda ibihangange ndabakunda bamararongo ndashyikirwa ndi mwijanda ndabakunda bamararongo ndashyikirwa ndi mwijanda ndabakunda mwambaye inkende ni gahunda y'ingabo nziza mu masanga sobetse ingamba ishanya bije nimejona ye ye ha ye ye ha ye ha ye
Thank you. Could the regulators in the room and the FSD Africa people stay behind to take a picture? And for the rest of us, there will be a team at the door to direct us for the ballroom upstairs to take lunch. Thank you very much. Enjoy.